Thank you very much. We may settle because we want to begin the program. Thank you. So let me take this opportunity, first of all, to thank you for abandoning your busy schedules to be with us here today. And second, to welcome you to this session that we are about to begin. Our distinguished stakeholders, I know we have donors in the room, participants from the media fraternity, we have the media in the room, investors, members of the public. Good morning. My name is Immaculate Mwende. I work at the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. I work in the communication office. I will be moderating this morning's session. So, like I said, we shall... The sound is poor. Technical team, can you do something? Is that loud enough? Thank you. So I propose we start with a word of prayer, and then thereafter we shall remain upstanding for the first stanza of the national anthem. So we may be upstanding for a word of prayer. Let us pray. Father Lord, in the name of Jesus, we come before you this morning. We thank you for this bright morning. We thank you for our participants. We thank you for our stakeholders, Father. We do not take it for granted that you've been able to bring us here today. Father, as we start this congregation, we pray that, Father, your presence is going to be in the room. We pray that you're going to guide us. We pray that you're going to give us the necessary patience and ability to impart knowledge. Father, we pray that whatever we are doing here is going to be impactful to the country and also to generations to come. Father, Lord, as we start the program, we call upon your presence, we pray for your blessings, and we pray that, Father, we are going to run smoothly with the program. When we shall see the end of this program, Father, we shall not forget to give you thanks. It's in the mighty name of Jesus I pray and believe. Let's sing the national anthem. Mungu nguvu yetu,
recording in progress.
Baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Thank you. We may take our seats. Before we go any further in the program, we would like to ask you that we observe the COVID-19 protocols. Let's keep our masks donned all the time in the room so that we may be able to protect the person seated next to us. There is a sanitizer that will be taken round when we start speaking on the microphones, and the protocol team should be able to sanitize both your hands and your and the microphone. The restrooms are on the right as you get out of this room, both ladies and gents. So for the ground rules, I think that is it. The order in the program now says we introduce ourselves, and I would like to ask the protocol team to begin from the back. I believe I've already introduced myself. My name is Immaculate Mwende. I work in the communications office at EPRA. Protocol team.
So good morning. My name is Dr. J.K. Nguzo, County Government of Kilifi.
Murefu Barasa, I'm with EED Advisory. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hope B. Jogona from the Africa Mini-Grid Developers Association, AMDA.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ann Kagota. I am also from the Africa Mini-Grid Developers Association, AMDA.
Good morning. I'm Nixon Bukachi from EPRA.
Good morning. I'm Sheila Tonui Epra.
Good morning. I'm Ronnie from the Great Generation Foundation.
Good morning. I'm called Catherine Duvey from American Tower Corporation, hosting Safaricom, Telcom, Airtel, and other telecommunication companies. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Olande from Nestle Consultants.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Kimathi from EPRA.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Leah Hadida from EPRA, and welcome.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mariama Farah from Natural Justice in Nairobi.
Recording in progress.
And part of the CSO Energy Reference Group.
Thank you, Philip, and thank you, participants, for that round. I do not want to take much of the time here because this is your day as stakeholders, as participants. The reason why we are here today, I believe all of us came by way of invitation or seeing the invitations in the media, and we already know why we are here. We, as EPRA, together with the industry, we've developed the draft mini-grid regulations 2021, and we've reached the stage of public participation because it is your constitutional right to have a say before this regulation comes to the tail end where it becomes law. We have been to Garissa, we have been to Lamu, we've been to Garissa, we've been to Mombasa, we've been to Lodwar in the same exercise where we discussed this regulation with stakeholders, and we have gotten a lot of views. And this is the last workshop of this public participation exercise, and in Nairobi we expect that we are going to get as many views as possible. Before we begin, I would like to ask the presenters that we limit the length of the presentations so that we can give participants as much time as possible to air their views, so that we make a regulation that is for the people and not for EPRA or the sector. So once the plenary time comes, please give us your comments. This is your regulation, it's not ours. Give us your comments so that we may come up with a good document and a law that we believe is going to be in existence for a long time. So this is your open chance to comment on this document. We were supposed to have our Director General, Mr. Kiptoo Bargoria, in the forum, but he's held up in other assignments, so he sent his apologies, but we'll be having Caroline Kimathi from the Renewable Energy Directorate to represent him. So we hope you take his apologies. And without further ado, I don't know if the Council of Governors representative, Eva Sawe, is online. Then I think we can cue in Eva Sawe, who can give her remarks, because Council of Governors has been very instrumental in this process. So, technical team.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible enough. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you. Eva, proceed.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I wish to take this opportunity to thank IPRA together with the county governments for participating in today's public participation, which is very key. We note with concern that this is a very important exercise in terms of getting views from the county governments and also from other stakeholders on how we need to improve the mini-grid regulations. We all know that mini-grid provides electricity access to households, public facilities, businesses, using decentralized electricity generation technologies managed by government institutions, communities, and also the deployment of mini-grids, the deployment of technologies, which are now the most cost-effective options for mini-grids deployment in our country. And we all know the benefits that this comes with. And as the government of Kenya has set a target of 100 access to electricity by 2022, we hope that with these regulations, we'll be able to operationalize the Energy Act and ensure that all our interests have been catered for in these regulations. We are all aware of the functions of both levels of governments, the function of the national government and the function of the county governments. I wish to urge all the county governments here today that as we look at these regulations, let's also look at what touches on our functions as county governments and what touches on the function of the national government, so that we avoid overlapping of functions and see how both levels of governments can come and work together for the benefit of the renewable energy mini-grid sector in Kenya. So I want to wish you all the best as we embarked on this exercise. I know some of the stakeholder engagements were cancelled. They were actually in the Nyanza region, so it was cancelled. But we hope that, and we're also following up with the county governments to ensure that they also send their memorandum, if not just share their comments with IPRA, so that it can be an all-inclusive participation for all the county governments, and not only Nairobi and the sectors that we've done the public participation in, but also just to ensure that even the counties that have not been able to participate, either because of COVID or because of any other reasons, they may also get a chance to be able to share their views on the mini-grids. So as the Council of Governors, we support this exercise fully, and we hope that the counties will also reach out to us with comments. We've already sent letters to them just to ensure that they give their comments, and a memorandum is also prepared so that even after the public participation, at least we have written comments on these mini-grid regulations. So for this exercise today, we expect a lot of participation from counties. They are here, and I know that that they will be able to participate. They will be able to look at the regulations. We've already shared with them on email. It came through the Council of Governors. It has been shared on emails. We've also shared in the WhatsApp groups. So we assume that counties have read, and we hope that it will be a fruitful meeting. And most importantly is that I want to urge everyone, let's comment on the regulations, particularly the provisions in the regulation, the clauses in the regulations. I know it's always an overall presentation, but I hope that we can also be able to look at the regulations in detail, so that we can also even correct the language and just correct the provisions, the clauses, to ensure that it's in line with the Constitution and it also supports devolution. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Hiva, for those comments. We assure you that we are going to have a good forum because we have a very good group here today, and we hope that the objective of this forum is going to be gained. Thank you. Without further ado, I would wish to call upon Ms. Caroline Kimathi from our Renewable Energy Directorate, who is going to open the forum and who is here to represent the Director General.
Good morning, everyone. So just like Immaculate has said, our Director General could not join us today, but I'm going to read his remarks and just assure you that he's fully supportive of what we are doing today, and the EPRA team represented here today We'll go back and give a report as to what we have been doing in the last 2 weeks, and you can be sure he's very much supportive of these regulations that we have developed today. So I want also to extend a very warm welcome to the people following us online. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom, and just encourage them to send their questions through the chat functions in all those forums, and they will be responded to when time comes for that. So I'll go straight to DG's speech and just go through it. It says, members of the public, for the state, invited participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this public participation workshop. I wish to begin by extending my gratitude to each one of you for taking time off your busy schedules to participate in this important forum. Ladies and gentlemen, electricity access is an enabler towards Kenya's socioeconomic development. In recent years, the government has intensified electrification efforts through the last mile connection, growing electricity access from 24% that we had in 2013 to the more than 70% that we have in 2021. Our main grid extension is, however, expected to plateau due to the high cost of connecting households that are distant from the existing network. This calls for alternative strategy, such as use of isolated electricity networks with own generation, with a view to electrifying unserved areas. These networks are called mini-grids. As the energy and petroleum sector regulator, EPRA continues to support public entities and private investors in the development of mini-grids in the country. It is important to note that these mini-grids, most of which are powered by renewable energy resources, accelerate access to safe, affordable, sustainable, and reliable energy for all Kenyans. This is by providing alternative lighting, empowering small and medium-sized enterprises, that is SMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, currently Kenya's mini-grid sector is regulated through the authority's internal guidelines and procedures for regulating mini-grids, which were developed in the year 2018. These guidelines have midwifed approvals of more than 150 mini-grids currently under development. Further, the government, under the Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Project, which is COSAP, will build 152 mini-grids, which will be operated by either the Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation, REREC, or the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC. In addition, the private sector is planning to establish over 130 mini-grids, which are currently at various stages of development. Further, over 280 mini-grids will be constructed and commissioned before 2022 to achieve the targets set out in the Kenya National Electrification Strategy, KNES. This will make a total number of operating mini-grids increase to more than 400 by the end of the year 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, to translate the existing guidelines into regulations, the proposed draft mini-grid regulations are as a result of a consultative process with the Ministry of Energy, county governments, Association of Grid Mini-Grid Developers in Africa, development partners such as GIZ, Grid Mini-Grid Facility, Africa Development Bank, among others. We have confidence that they will provide a transparent framework for allocating mini-grid sites, consulting local communities on proposed developments, tariff approval, and licensing. This is in addition to compliance to technical standards that ensure quality of supply and safety to the end users. Specifically, this regulation seeks to do the following. 1, to harmonize the mini-grid approval requirements by the national government, county governments, and other regulatory bodies. 2, to provide a clear and competitive process for mini-grid site reservation, licensing, and interconnection to the main grid. 3, outline the principles and process of mini-grid tariff approval. And 4, to provide the technical and reporting requirements for safe and efficient operation of mini-grids in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that the process of developing energy sector regulations is not complete without concrete inputs from you, our stakeholders, and the public. It is for this reason that the draft mini-grid regulations were gazetted for public comments in April this year. Further, we have organized these public participation forums to educate you on the proposed requirements and solicit more feedback on the same. All the feedback we received today is going to be fed into the final draft regulation, which will then be published. As I conclude, I wish to reiterate that once adopted, these draft regulations will lead to a better regulated and accountable mini-grid sector and hence facilitate electricity access in the country. With those few remarks, I invite you to give your views, comments, suggestions, concerns on the draft mini-grid regulations 2021. This will be a very participatory process, and EPRA will take into account all your comments and concerns and put them into the regulations. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much. And probably before I take my seat, like Immaculate has said, we will take a very little time with the presentations. We want to believe you've interacted with the document that is in front of you. Even those who are seeing it for the first time, I believe when you came in, you've had a chance to look at the regulation. So when we start giving our comments, we would really like as much as possible to stick to the content of the draft that you have in front of us, or at least to the content related to mini grids, so that we have enough time to discuss this draft. And then if we are going to talk about anything else outside this draft, I think you've seen quite a number of EPRA staff. We can engage them on the side for any questions that you may have other than what is in the draft regulations. So thank you very much, and we look forward to interacting with you further and getting much more feedback from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline, for the DG. Like Caroline mentioned, we are live on Facebook. As you can see, our Facebook page is IPRA Kenya, and we're also live on YouTube. Our channel is Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. So in the course of the plenary, we shall be allowing comments and questions from our online participants who have not been able to make it here. At this point, I want to welcome Mr. Nixon Bukachi, who is going to take us through the development process of this regulation. And then thereafter, Ms. Leah Jara will take over the moderation and the plenary session. So once again, we wish to reiterate that this is the day of the public, this is the day of the stakeholder, this is the day of every participant in this room to take part in this process, to have their views heard, because it is not a regulation for EPRA, it is a regulation for this country to ensure that the mini-grid sector is, efficiently moderated. So at this point, I want to ask Nixon to take us through the development process of the regulation, and then thereafter, Ms. Leah Jara will be taking over the moderation. Welcome, Nixon.
Sorry, just a minute. So, thank you, Immaculate, and thank you for the patience as I was setting up. In this first session, we are going to try and explain what is a mini grid, and then give a small snapshot of the process that you have gone through in the development of these regulations that we are going to discuss in the course of today. So, as Immaculate has said, my name is Nixon Bukachi. I'm a Senior Renewable Energy Officer at the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. In terms of the way we have structured the presentation, the first thing, as I've already mentioned, is the background of the regulations that you're going to go through. We'll have a summary of the application process if someone wants to develop a mini grid. We'll give the key highlights of some of the other regulations that we have in the document. And we'll also have a session where we'll go through some of the comments that we received when the regulations were gazetted and how we have tried to address those comments in coming up with the current draft regulation. So onto the background. So currently, mini grids in Kenya are not a very new concept. We have had mini grids since 1980s, mainly owned by government of Kenya to supply the major towns, off-grid towns like Lodwar, Marsabit, previously Garissa. So all these towns before have been served by mini grids, and these mini grids so far have been operated by Kenya Power Company, so in this case KPLC, on behalf of the government of Kenya. And also we have had quite a number of mini grids developed by government of Kenya through Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation, which is REREC. And to be able to realize universal access, as highlighted in the remarks of the Director General, we are looking at a Kenya National Electrification Strategy that is supporting the use of mini grids to electrify the underserved counties or the rural counties where we do not have the national grid at the moment. So it's envisioned that more than 34,000 households are going to be served by mini grids in the short and the long term, in the short and medium term by 2022, that is. So basically, just to set the pace, from the slide you're able to see the map of Kenya, and on that map, the southern part of the country is mainly connected to the electricity network, mainly operated by Kenya Power and Lighting Company. But as you can see, most of the parts, the upper parts of the country, that's the northern part of the country, is not connected at the moment. I'm not sure if you're able to see the small dots which represent the existing mini grids that have either been developed by government of Kenya or by private sector. And the plan is to use these mini grids to try and electrify some of those parts of the country. In the strategy that you are having at the moment, the government has been looking at last mile connections, so doing grid intensification in places where we already have the grid, and this is majorly spearheaded by Kenya Power, that is KPLC, and Rural Electrification Authority. We are also looking at using solar home systems, solar water pumping, and solar mini grids to be able to supply some of those communities. And lastly, and the agenda for today is to discuss the use of mini grids to be able to supply some of these communities that do not have access to electricity at the moment. And it's through this that you may be aware the government is currently working on a project in partnership with World Bank called Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Project, through which more than 150 mini grids are going to be developed. So as you can see, the regulations at the moment are meant to address an emerging issue, because we expect that there will be more mini grids being developed by government and also more mini grids being developed by private developers and development partners who are coming in to support the government in achieving its universal access agenda. So for those ones who might not be familiar with a mini grid, so basically a mini grid is a network that consists of its own generation, a power plant that could be powered by a renewable energy source like solar, wind, geothermal, hydro, or even diesel on site, and having a distribution network that is supplying households and businesses in rural, in an area where we do not have a grid at the moment. So as you could see from the pictorial, just a simple model, we have a generating plant that is using solar, and then there will be distribution networks like what we use for Kenya Power, KPLC, to distribute electricity in the rural community. And what we have seen from the existing mini grids that are being developed at the moment, serving between 50 to 1,000 households in the rural areas. And of course, most of them are now being managed remotely. So basically, just to reiterate, we are looking at solar home systems, and we have tried to give the advantages and disadvantages of each of the models, and where we think we can use the models to enhance our universal access. But so what we'll be focusing today is a framework to promote the use of mini grids to realize universal access, and that is what is provided for at the middle.
Friendly share screen.
Okay, I think he wants the screens to be shared. Maybe. Thank you. So this is just a small summary of the number of mini grids we have at the moment, and also how we envision the growth of this sector in terms of mini grids being developed by the Kenyan government through Kenya Power and REREC, and also mini grids being developed by private sector in order to also support the universal access agenda by the government, which is set at by 2022. So we, as I already mentioned, we are looking at 152 mini grids by the Kenyan government through COSAP, which is just one of the initiatives. I know there are other projects also that are developing mini grids, and also more than 130 mini grids currently in the pipeline being developed by private sector in support of this agenda. So you may ask how we have been able to license the existing mini grids. So we have the parent law, which is the Energy Act of 2019. And also in 2018, the authority developed internal guidelines that we have been using to approve some of the projects that have been coming on board. And these guidelines have formed a good benchmark when we are developing these regulations that we are discussing today. So we have looked at those guidelines in terms of how they have been able to support the sector, tried to identify some of the challenges that have been there through those guidelines, and also benchmarked with other jurisdictions on what they have been able to do in this sector. So we have looked at a number of countries. We have looked at the regulations in Uganda, in Tanzania, Ethiopia, Nigeria, trying to pick the best practices and consolidate them into what we are having as the current draft. So the draft was first developed in 2017, the year 2017-2018, but then we could not proceed with gazettement because then the Energy Act, the parent law that we were using was the Energy Act of 2006, which was actively under review. So we had to wait for the 2019 Act to be gazetted, which was done in March 2019, and out of which we have also gone further to try to address some of the emerging trends that we have had in the industry between 2017 and 2019. We have looked at the other jurisdictions, as I've already mentioned, and also actively gotten feedback from both government agencies, be it KPLC, REREC, Ministry of Energy. We have also discussed a lot with the private developers, mainly through AMDA, and also tried to benchmark with other jurisdictions as to what is happening there to be able to come up with the current draft that we are discussing today. So after developing the draft, we did gazette the draft in the Kenya Gazette on 30th April 2021 for public comments as required under the Statutory Instrument Act of 2013. And through that process, 2003, through that process, we have been able to receive quite a number of comments which we used to improve the draft that we'll be presenting to you today. So in terms of the scope of the regulations are meant to cover mini grids of capacity up to 1 megawatt. So 1 megawatt would be equivalent to power almost 3,000 homes in Kenya, going by the average electricity consumption data for domestic households and SMEs that we have from Kenya Power. So we are looking at mini grids of up to a capacity of 1 megawatt, and that's where the framework will be covering. For cases where we may have mini grids above 1 megawatt, then we will use the electricity licensing regulations that have already been in place for quite some time. So the reason why we arrived at the 1 megawatt is because of the applications that we have received so far, where we have seen most of the mini grids range between 10, others even below 10 kilowatts, to the maximum that we have recently is above, just below 100 kilowatts. So we are confident that most of the mini grids that will be developed in the country will be able to be covered by the current draft regulations that we are having. And it's one of the comments we have received where I think the stakeholders were feeling that we should not regulate mini grids below 50 kilowatt peak, but just for information, 90% or 95% of the mini grids that we receive, the applications that we receive are below 50 kilowatts. And that's why we chose to use that capacity of 1 megawatt. So that is it on the background and the process that we went through in drafting the regulations. So the first thing that we have said is we have been using internal guidelines to be able to license these mini grids, and based on that, we came up with the initial draft in 2017, which has since been reviewed, taking into account feedback that we have received from various government agencies, from the mini grid developers, and also and private sector in general, and also Council of Governors that we did consult with before even this meeting. And through this, we have a draft, which I think everyone now has either in soft that we shared to you, and also in hard copy for those ones who are here physically. So that is the brief background. I'm not sure if I should proceed. So I think we'll take a few minutes to go through the first sections of the regulations. Yeah, okay. So I hope everyone has access to the copy, because now we are going to the main document. So kindly, if you are online, you can have it somewhere, because we already shared in soft copy. If you don't have it, you can put it on the chat. If you're here physically, I think you have a copy on your bench, so you're able to refer to the document. So the first bit that you are going to cover is the application process. I think we'll do up to tariff application, then we'll break for tea, before then we come back to proceed with the remaining sections of the regulation before we receive comments in the plenary. So the first step, look at yourself as a mini grid developer. If you want to develop a mini grid in Kenya, in the draft regulation, we are proposing that the first person of contact is the local community where you want to develop the mini grid. So in this case, I will use an hypothetical name. Bukachi Limited wants to develop a mini grid in Busia County. The first place I will go to is to identify the village where I want to supply electricity. Once I identify the village as the developer, I will do what we call a preliminary feasibility study. And in this case, it will give me a feel of whom I want to be I will be interacting with in terms of the number of households I will be serving, the number of businesses in the area, the economic activity of the people, the nature of the houses in those areas. So some preliminary information about the village or the site where you want to develop the mini grid. So based on this information, you will engage with the community and sign what we are calling a community contract in the draft regulations, or have an arrangement where once we approve, you proceed with the process, you'll be able to sign a community contract between the developer and the local community. And this is important because currently in the Kenyan Constitution, it's important that you speak to the people whom you are serving. In fact, it's the basis for which we have this engagement today, that we have to talk to the people before you're able to pass any legislation. So in the same way as a developer, it's important that the developer talks to the people before he starts the process of development. So in this case, the output of that process of engagement between the developer and the mini grid, the households within that area or businesses within that area will be a community contract, and also minutes of engagement and attendance of those minutes, which with those documents, the developer will approach the county government. So in this case, the host county government. So if I'm developing in Busia, I will then approach the Busia county government. The reason why we are doing that also is because we are suggesting that because in the Energy Act and also the Constitution, the county governments have a mandate for electricity reticulation. So it's one of the things that is shared between the national government and the county government, meaning a county can apply to distribute electricity in that whole county, or they can distribute or appoint someone to distribute electricity in that county. And in that mandate, counties do develop what we call county energy plans. So basically, the project that the mini-grid developer is proposing should be aligned to the county energy plan that has been developed by the host county. So you have talked to the community, you move ahead and talk to the host county. And that is provided for in Regulation 4(6), page 6 of the document that we have, where when the developer is going to the county government, the county government is supposed to look at the availability of the site that he or she is proposing to develop the mini-grid, the alignment of the project to the county development plan, county energy development plan, as I've already mentioned, and also some knowledge about the developer. Does he have the technical and financial capacity to be able to develop that site, and also whether the developer has engaged with the local community. So that is the first stage, the second stage. So first stage, the developer is required, or we propose that the developer engages with the community. After agreeing with the community, then you move to the next stage, which is speaking to the host county government, where in this case, Regulation 4(6), as I've mentioned, gives the considerations that the county government is supposed to take into account when approving that project. And I will mention that in previous, because we have been Garissa, Lodwar, and Mombasa, I think in the current draft, we do not have timelines as to how long the county government is supposed to process that application, and we have received that as one of the comments that we should consider including the timelines that the county government should consider that proposal and make a decision, so that is not indefinite. So after engaging with the county government, then the developer will do what we are calling an expression of interest to the Ministry of Energy. So in this case, through the Cabinet Secretary of Energy. So when you are doing that, the developer will be required, as per Regulation 5.1, that is page 7 of the document, to describe the site where they want to develop the project. Number 2, to indicate the technology they intend to use. So you want to supply electricity in Kalokol, Lodwar, Turkana County. So what technology do you want to use? Are you going to use solar? Do you want to use hydro? Do you want to use wind? Do you want to use diesel? So you'll have to give that information to the Cabinet Secretary. And then number 3, you will give the feasibility study that I already mentioned, where you are giving an indicative understanding, not very detailed, of how you understand the site. Who are the locals? Do they need electricity in the first place? How many households? Do they have any economic activity? So that is provided for in the pre-feasibility study, which is Regulation 5.1c, page 7. And also how your proposal integrates with the main grid. Because in this case, we anticipate that these mini grids will majorly serve areas that we don't have the main grid. So how do those interact? And do you expect to integrate with the main grid at some point? So that will also have to inform the Cabinet Secretary when doing the expression of interest. And also, the other aspect would be demonstrating the technical and financial capacity. You should be able to demonstrate that you understand what is a mini grid, you know what it takes to develop the mini grid, and also you have an idea as to how you are going to source the financing for the project that you are proposing to the Cabinet Secretary. Also demonstrate initial community engagement, which we have already mentioned, where we said the evidence in this case would be written minutes from those community engagements, signed attendance registers, of course, and then nowadays we have photographs where we are capturing most of our happenings in life using photos. Maybe you could also give an Instagram account. Then number G, the letter of no objection from the host county government. And lastly, the indicative tariff. How much do you think it will cost you to supply that area? This is indicative. It may not be the final tariff, because the understanding is the developer has not done a detailed feasibility study to understand that site. So those are the requirements with which you will apply for to the Cabinet Secretary for the expression of interest. The ministry, of course, then the Cabinet Secretary shall have, or we propose that the ministry is given 15 days, 15 working days, mostly equivalent to 21 calendar days, to make a decision on your application. So the ministry, we propose that it's given 21 days to make a decision that on your proposal. And in this case, in addition to the information you have provided, the ministry will consult with other government agencies, for instance, REREC, because they also do mini grids in rural areas, Kenya Power and Lighting Company, to make sure that the plan that you are proposing does not undo what they are already doing in that place. Because you could find, as I mentioned in the initial remarks, we are having 152 mini grids being developed by Government of Kenya. So you could be proposing a site where Government of Kenya has already put money, or a development partner, another development partner has proposed to develop that site. So within the 21 days, so the 21 calendar days, the minister or the Cabinet Secretary should be able to consult with the agencies and look at the information that you have provided in Regulation 5.1 and make a determination as to whether you should proceed with the project or allow another developer to do the same project. So that is it as the second stage, the third stage of the process. So the first stage, local community. The second stage, county government. The third stage, Cabinet Secretary of Energy, who has 15 working days to make a determination. So immediately, the Cabinet Secretary approves the expression of interest, the community contract becomes effective. So the community contract starts from the date the Cabinet Secretary gives a no objection or an expression of interest approval to the developer to proceed with the development. And the mini-grid developer, be it a government agency or a private developer, will have a period of 10 months to have applied for the tariff approval, which is the next stage, that the developer will have a period of 10 months. We have put a limitation because, or we are proposing a limitation because previously we have had cases where developers propose projects and take more than 5 years to develop those projects. We do not want to hold the local community hostage. So that's why the developer has been given timelines to proceed with the project. So if the developer cannot proceed with the process within a period of 10 months, they can apply for extension upon approval by the local community and also the government agencies, or they can leave the site for someone else to take it up. So in case there is one or two reasons why the developer was not able to proceed with the development, they will be able to apply for an extension, which in the draft we propose it can only be made once. So you will not be extending the community contract more indefinitely, because then it means you might not be able to develop that site. And the other reason is we want to enhance electricity access. So we want it as fast as possible. So that's why the developer clearly should be able to make progress within the period of 10 months that we have provided for in the draft regulations. So with the expression of interest approval, the developer will do what we call the environmental and social impact assessment, and this is approved by NEMA, or seek an exemption where it's applicable, because in this case, all the projects should have this approval, and then apply for a tariff approval. So in this case, the developer is providing a service in a local community, and they will be charging a fee, either to make the project sustainable and also to even recover their investment. First recover the investment, make a reasonable return, and also make the project sustainable, be able to meet the costs of running that mini-grid. So before the developer starts construction, the tariff, the proposed tariff, shall be reviewed and approved by the authority. So in this case, the authority is EPRA. And EPRA has been given 60 days to look at this application for tariff approval. So if you go to page 9 of the document, you would see the requirements that the developer is supposed to submit for them to get a tariff approval. So I will go through them shortly, very briefly, so that we are able to have a short break. The first thing that you do is to fill an application form. You are applying for a tariff approval. So we have provided the form in the regulations, but also the process has been automated. So the developer will be applying online for the tariff approval, where the developer shall attach or include the following documents: the no objection that they got from the host county government, the expression of interest approval by the cabinet secretary, the tariff model. So in this case, we have also developed a model, an Excel-based model, where the developer is able to put in their costs, the cost of the project, the capital costs, the development costs, the return on investment, and be able to compute a tariff. So we want the application, so that we are streamlining the process. The applications are supposed to be in a given format. So we have provided a tariff model that my colleague will give a few highlights on later on how the tariff structure will be looking like, and then include a detailed feasibility study. So by the time you are coming to the regulator, you should have a clear understanding of the project. You have spoken to the community, you have understood the community, you have known the community are involved in fishing as the economic activity, or they're involved in farming as the economic activity. You know the nature of households, because at times the type of house that someone has have an indication on how much that person earns in some cases. And then you understand how much they are willing to spend on electricity. So in this case, you have done a deep dive in terms of how do they meet their lighting requirements, for example. Do they use torches? Do they use kerosene lamps? Do they use solar home systems? So you have that understanding. And through that, you have been able to model and understand that this household, for instance, that is using a torch, will require this amount of power. And this is how much that power will cost from your assessment. So that information will be contained in the detailed feasibility study, because then the feasibility study report shall provide details of the location of the project, the ownership, the capacity, the technology you intend to use, the detailed assessment of the sustainability of the resource. So you cannot be proposing a project, for example, in Kajiado, where you have no river in that area, and you are saying you are going to use hydro. Basically, then that is not sustainable. So in this case, you have to provide some information on the sustainability of the resource that you intend to use to generate electricity. I've already talked about the load forecasts in terms of which type of households are you having, how many households, how many businesses, how many kiosks, and how much electricity they are going to use. Of course, the financing arrangement, and also the ability and willingness to pay. Analysis of the potential customer. You might be willing to give me a service. I may be willing to get the service, but I may not be able to pay for the service. So that basically you should do an analysis and have that comfort level that then you'll be able to recover your investment. I may be able to get your service, but I'm not willing. So in this case, you also have to consider that, because we know there are people even from who are served now by Kenya Power who are shifting because they don't want to. So in this case, you may be willing and not able, or able and not willing. So the investor has to consider that in their model. And of course, a detailed engineering report. So in April, we have a few engineers who will then be able to look at the design of the system to make sure that the proposed design will be able to serve the local community and also be able to ensure that they are safe. I've already mentioned about NEMA approval, which is provided for on the last item on page 9. Then on page 10, we continue with the requirements. Of course, those are majorly company documents, so they are not very significant requirements in terms of course, the company has to be registered in Kenya. The company should have a CR12 showing who are the owners of the company, whether the company has a valid tax compliance, meaning they pay taxes. If it has foreign directors, they are allowed to either work in Kenya, or if they are outside the country, they have to show that and tell us that. And of course, the community contract and the endorsement from the community, and a few quality of service documents like the supply contract, which we have provided as a template in the 6th schedule of the document. So we'll go to page 11. So on page 11, regulation, so that is regulation 6.2. We'll have to be learned friends a little bit. So 6.2, we are talking about the authority should be able to review the application from the developer and inform them that it's complete within 15 days. So the 15 days is included as part of the 60 days. So it doesn't extend the period that we have provided. And then we have given in regulations, proposed some provisions in regulation 6.3 as to what the authority shall look at when approving the project. I will highlight 3D, where the authority is supposed to conduct what we are calling a public participation. So the authority should be able to ascertain, EPRA should be able to ascertain that the developer has gone to site, he has spoken to the community, he has explained the tariff to them, and they understand the tariff and the nature of service, and they agree to the project before we make a decision on the tariff. And that is proposed in regulation 6.3. And in this case, we are required, or we will be required, once the law is passed, to give a notice of 7 days to the developer that you will be going to your proposed site to do a public participation. And in this case, the public participation should consist of the community that is going to be served, and of course the local leaders who are part of the decision-making process. Regulation 4, so that is page 12 of the document. There are 3 things the authority is allowed to do once they do the public participation. The first one is to make a decision within the 60 days and approve the recommended tariff. So you applied, you said you want to charge 60 bob per unit. The authority says, we have reviewed your model, we have spoken to the community, and we think the tariff is fine. So kindly proceed. So if the authority agrees with the proposal, they will gazette the proposal on the Kenya Gazette, so that they're also notifying the public that Bukachi Limited applied for a tariff. We have reviewed the tariff as per the requirements of the Constitution and have approved the tariff. And the tariff is 60 shillings per unit. Number 2, the authority may amend the tariff. In this case, a developer could have said, I want a rate of return of 100%. Then the authority says, we think you'll be making a kill. So in this case, we can work with a rate of return of 20%. Or you said you want a rate of return of 0, but we think then for the project to be sustainable, you should have some rate of return, in this case on your investment, and adjust the tariff. That's an example of how you can be able to look at the tariff and do an adjustment. So these adjustments, before they are gazetted, should be communicated to the developer 15 days before the end of the gazettement period, so that the developer can have a view and give input, because they could be not comfortable with what you have proposed. So in this case, you have an engagement before the final tariff is gazetted. And number C, in case the tariff is maybe not good, or the local community might say you have never spoken to them, so the authority will not impose the project on the local community. So they will reject the application. So that's the worst case scenario. So the authority has 3 options. And for all the options, in case you reject the application, then the authority will be required by law to communicate reasons as to why they rejected your application. So that is provided for in regulation 6.4c, where the application is rejected. So once it's approved, the authority will be communicating to the developer to tell them that we have approved the tariff. And then the tariff control period shall be 3 years, as provided for in the Energy Act. So meaning the authority will be reviewing the tariffs every 3 years. And the developer will be required to apply for a tariff review 60 days to expiry. As you remember, we said the authority has 60 days to process the application. So the developer should apply 60 days to expiry, so that to allow sufficient time for the processing. We don't have a situation where the developer is operating with an illegal tariff. or on a tariff that is not approved. So you apply 60 days to, we do our stakeholder engagement, we approve or guide appropriately within the 60 days before your current tariff expires. So I think I will stop there for now so that we have a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Nixon, for that elaborate presentation. I think I believe it deserves a clap. Thank you. Now, we are going to take our tea break, but as you may notice, we have a challenge of space, and we apologize for that because we did not anticipate to have as many participants as we are having. So as a result, we are going to rearrange the room at tea break so that we can maintain the required social distance and other COVID protocols. So once you get out for tea, please have your belongings with you because the hotel room will be here trying to make space because we are still anticipating to have more people joining. So we break for tea. It's now 10:25. We come back at 11 for plenary. Thank you. And enjoy your tea.
what we do here is go back.
that we are not yet done with the second presentation, but we have a very little part that is left. So let's listen to this part. And I wish to call upon Nixon again so that he continues. Then we shall enter the plenary where we get your comments. Nixon.
Thank you, Immaculate, and welcome back, participants. So in this session, we will deal with the last bit. So the license application. The license application is provided for in Regulation 7. Regulation 7 of the document, page 12. Those ones who have a copy. So for those who are online, if you don't have a copy, you can get the same from our website under the download section. You'll be able to see a copy of the regulations uploaded so that also we can be able to follow through. So the requirements for license application are provided for in Regulation 7. So page 12 and 13. So when you'll be applying for the license, it's expected that the developer should have done some work on the ground and commissioned infrastructure to meet the load demand for 30% of the entire population that they want to serve. This is basically because the license will be allowing you to operate as a service provider. So we approved your expression of interest. Someone approved your tariff. Now you'll be given a license to operate. And to operate, of course, we'll be looking at the physical planning approval from the county government, because as we are aware, before you develop a project, it's supposed to be, the physical plans are supposed to have been approved by the county government. So we'll just be verifying, because that's one of the things that the developer should obtain immediately they get a tariff approval. You should have a physical office on the ground, not in Nairobi. You can have an office in Nairobi, head office, but the key office is also on site where you'll be supplying the customers, such that in case they have complaints, they know where to raise them. What we have seen with most of the developers, just beside the power plant, they usually have a site office. So an office where the local community is able to access you in case there is a challenge. You'll also do a public notice. This is provided for in the Energy Act. So that is Regulation 2C. So the notice will be to notify the public that I, Bukachi Limited, will be supplying an application will be applying to become an operator in this location. In case the public has any reservations, then they'll be able to raise it. There is a license fees. So the license fees is provided in the 7th schedule. I think you'll be able to check on that. And then, of course, the identification documents. Some of the documents you could have supplied. So in the system, you will not be uploading them again, except G. So G is very important. So page 13G, where we'll be giving us the consumer service charter. So the service charter will tell us how long you'll be taking to connect a new client, the time frame for the connection, expected quality of service. So we have to approve that beforehand. Determination and payment for electricity supplied. So how will you bill the customers? Is it postpaid? Is it prepaid? Is it a lump sum amount? Depending on the tariff structure that was approved. So you should be able to inform the customers beforehand. In case you want to disconnect a customer for one or two reasons, what is the process of disconnection and what is the process of reconnection? Illegal connection and sanctions for those people who might want to misuse the infrastructure. How are you going to handle them? The consumer obligations and rights. Of course, as a user of the service, we usually have some obligations. So what are my obligations as a user? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to give you access when you want to read the meter, for example? That could be one of the obligations of the user. And of course, the rights. You don't come to me at midnight to read my meter because you usually supply me with the electricity. So I also have my rights. So those should be specifically indicated as part of the consumer service charter. And of course, attendance to consumer in service centers or through community-based consumer service. So that will also be provided for in the service charter. And what I mentioned, the commissioning reports by a registered professional engineer confirming that your system is up to standard and should be powered to supply the customers. So the considerations, criteria for evaluation is provided for on page 14. That is Regulation 7.4a. And this is copy and paste from the Energy Act, the main law. So we didn't change much there because then those are the considerations that were approved by Kenyans that we should be using to consider license applications. So the process should take a maximum of 60 working days, maximum of 60 days, and this is provided for in the Energy Act. So we haven't changed that, but we will not be waiting for the 60th day to process. So that gives you the upper limit. With that, then you are able to proceed with your development. So that is it for the process. I will go back and try to highlight the other areas in terms of the other key regulations, a summary of the regulation, so that you're able to familiarize your document properly. So the first page, of course, is the preliminaries. We have Regulation 1 is citation, Regulation 2 is application. That is where we define the scope. Regulation 3 gives you the definition of terms in case there's something you think is not clear. So if you find a term that you think we should also define as we finalize the draft, you should be able to share with us. The general principles, and then now we go to Regulation 5. So Regulation 5 is where we were talking about application to the Cabinet Secretary. Regulation 6 provides us with the requirements for tariff approval. Regulation 7 is what I've been highlighting in terms of the application for the license, and also requirements for grant of license are provided for in Regulation 8, and I've said that is provided for in the main law, which is the Energy Act. In case there is an objection for your project, because someone can object, usually say, nowadays even your kid can reject the name you gave them. Eh? So in that case, you have to have a way of addressing that. And that is provided for in Regulation 9. So if someone is unhappy with your project, it happens. Someone could be saying you are charging highly, or you are using diesel. You should be using solar, for example. So how do we address those issues as part of the process? Because we have to look at the merits and the demerits of the proposal and the issues that have been raised and make a determination, so that we are also not stopping significant projects that are supporting local communities. Notice of grant is provided for in Regulation 10, and then you can relinquish a site as a developer. We don't want to force you to be there forever. If the developer feels, I'm tired with this community, I want to leave this site, they don't just wake up today and leave tomorrow, because they've been providing a service to the community. So how do we guard against that, and what have we provided for in the regulation? That is provided for in regulation 10. Form of license, how the licenses will look like, is in regulation 11, which is also annexed. The template for the license is one of the schedules of the regulation. So in this case, duration of the license, all those are specified in regulation 12. In case it comes to the worst case scenario and the authority is required to revoke or suspend a license, that is provided for in regulation 13. And I'm using the worst case scenario. For example, you might continually fail to meet the demands of the local community. And every day people are saying, we are not getting sufficient supply. And we have given you enough time to organize yourself, and you're not able to do that. Just an hypothetical example. Then the authority might revoke or suspend your license. But when this is done, reasons have to be given as per the regulation. And that is stated in regulation 13. So when you are approving public mini grids, and I think we'll go there. So public mini grids are mini grids owned by Government of Kenya or developed by a development partner in partnership with Government of Kenya. So the requirements are provided in regulation 14. So regulation 14 is on page 18 of the document, where we are saying they will also have to do the detailed feasibility study, get an approval from NEMA, have an agreement as to who is going to construct and who is going to operate the mini grid, and also notify the public, because someone could have also invested some money in regards to developing that site, and they should be informed before the government agency develops that site. So that is up to regulation 14. So regulation 15 tries to specify how you should be able to design your system. And of course, the primary reference document is usually the grid code, and the quality, the performance standards, reliability, quality and supply, quality of supply and quality of service are specified in regulation 16. So these will also be captured in the customer service charter, and also we have provided reporting requirements on the same as part of the schedule, which the developer will be able to report to us mostly quarterly, except for the accidents. So the developer will be required to maintain an insurance in case of unforeseen risks. Maybe there is an accident, how do you compensate the affected person? So that insurance should come up and assist. That is provided for in regulation 19. Regulation 20, that is page 20. Accounts that the developer is supposed to maintain, records and reports of the mini grid operation. That's regulation 20. And also we have provided us the 6th schedule, tries to specify what we intend the developer to report on. You can also look at that and see if it's sufficient, or we have missed something out, or we should remove something that you think it's not important before the regulation is gazetted. Connection agreement, metering and billing requirements are provided for in regulation 21, and also shall be specified in the consumer supply contract, which we have provided a template as the 6th schedule of the document. It's our objective that we make the process as seamless as possible. That's why you see most of the documents that we request for, templates have been given as part of the schedules of the regulations, so that the developer is reviewing and customizing to their needs to make the process a bit easier and also seamless, because we have tried to capture the key areas that we think are important when you are submitting such a documents. In case there are complaints, maybe your customers are not happy, how do you handle those complaints? That is specified in regulation 22. That's page 20 of the documents. If there is an accident, because at times accidents or incidents involve loss of life, we are requiring that you report to the regulator within 48 hours, and that is recommended in proposed in regulation 23. Lastly, there are incidences where we expect or we anticipate that a developer might develop a mini grid. The mini grid was approved by the county government, the local community, the cabinet secretary, the authority, that is EPRA, but then the main grid arrives. So the main grid could be, in this case, in this scenario now, might be the distribution licensee that we have, who is KPLC, Kenya Power, but then there could be someone else as a distribution licensee in future. So in this case, when that main grid arrives, we have provided for 3 alternatives, and I will emphasize on them. They are provided on Regulation 22. So if you go to Regulation 22, we have provided page 22, sorry. Page 22, Regulation 24.1. So the top page, number A. In case the main grid arrives, the developer will have, we are proposing 3 options. The last option is not mentioned, which is exit, but you have provided for conditions where you might, situations where you want to exit, what you are supposed to do. So the first one is to become a power producer, selling to the distribution licensee. So you sign a power purchase agreement with the distribution licensee who has come to your site. So for example, if it's Kenya Power, you will agree with them, maybe under the feed-in tariff policy, where you can sell what you generate from the power plant to Kenya Power. So in that case, you relinquish the distribution business to the distribution licensee. So that's the first option. The second option, you can buy power in bulk from the distribution licensee and distribute in that area. In the current provisions of the law, we have an allowance for retailing of electricity, where you can buy in bulk and sell in a given area. And it's something that is gaining momentum. I think we have a few projects. Tatu City is being implemented under that model. 2 Rivers, where they're buying from Kenya Power and distributing in a given area. So even the mini grid operator can choose to go that way, where you'll be buying at maybe 33 kV and then distributing in that area. If you could be in love with those people you have been supplying and you don't want to let them go, and maybe you have other businesses, because what we have seen in the current models, mini grid developers are coming up with other businesses in addition to sale of electricity. And to maintain that, you choose to buy from the distribution licensee and sell in that area. In that case, you will sign an energy supply agreement that will be approved by the authority, provided in the second schedule of the regulations. And then number C, you can let the mini grid operator, the distribution licensee, to buy you off. So in this case, your network is grid ready, and you say, let's negotiate, you take up my infrastructure. So in the financial model, in the tariff model, we have tried to have a methodology of how we are able to compute what will be compensated based on the value of the depreciated assets that you will be having, and how much you have been able to recover from the investment, and that is provided as option C. So those are the options where you want to exit the site because of arrival of the main grid. And in this case, where you are buying the assets, we are recommending that you be compensated by REREC, because in the absence of the developer, then REREC has the mandate to connect the rural communities. So that is what we have as a proposal. And lastly, of course, we always break the law as human beings, and that is provided for in Regulation 25 and the penalties thereof. So you can familiarize yourself. That's page 24 of the document. And lastly, in case you are not happy with the decision made by the authority, we are not an authority by ourselves. We are given authority by the people. And in case you're not happy with us, you can always complain. And you are not happy with what we have decided, you according to the law, you will go to the Energy Tribunal, and that is provided for in Regulation 26 of the document. So with that, I think I will end there so that we also have time to receive your comments on the documents. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Nixon, and welcome to all the others who've joined us right now. We've completed the section where we've been taken into detail on the draft regulations. So as my colleagues mentioned earlier, this is an event for our stakeholders, for our partners, and we wanted to accord more time to yourselves to be able to give us feedback to these regulations. So this part of the schedule is whereby we would want to have a platform to be able to hear from each one of you. Those who have comments, our online participants, we also welcome you to be able to jot down your comments, suggestions, questions on the chat platform. That's on YouTube as well as Facebook, and we're very happy to respond to them. We have an able team here with us today. So how we intend to do it, I think we can split the room into two sections. The first 3 rows on the right. So we'll take 3 questions from there and then respond using our team here, and then go back to the left, give you a chance to also have 3 individuals raise your queries, questions, comments, or discussion. We respond to them, and then we go on until we have Nairobi's feedback. I think for those who don't know, we've been doing this for 2 weeks. We've been to Garissa, got very useful comments from there. We went to Lodwar, we went to Mombasa, and now we're in Nairobi. We unfortunately have not been able to go to Western due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So bear with us, but as much as possible, we'll endeavor to pick up from the country. So I think we start with the right. Any questions, comments up to this point, suggestion, just raise your hand, and one of our team members will come by you to give you a microphone to raise your suggestion. So on the right, this side. Okay. So how we request we do it, please share with us your name, the organization where you're from, and then your question.
Thank you. My name is Rach Mwangangi from Kitui County. My concern is on the process, the step 1 and 2, where we are talking of the community consent and the county consent. I'm seeing a conflict there where the community gives a consent, and because of political goodwill, the county does not give the consent. I would propose that because the CEO has more power, the county CEOs, they have more power. We begin with the county consent before the developer proceeds to the community. Again, if it's a public land, you don't need to go to the community. And again, if it's a private land, I don't know how that can be addressed. I think that's my concern, number 1. The other one is the penalties. The cost of, I may not know the cost of doing 1 megawatt plant, a mini grid. Then the penalty, if you do it illegally without the process, the penalty is 1 million. I think that is I think that is not correct, because I may not feel the impact. I may go, the developer may go ahead, do the plant, and wait to pay 1 million penalty. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is Tom George with AMDA, the Africa Mini-Grid Developers Association. I would want to refer to Regulation 6, number 1. The list of application requirements for tariff approval application have been lengthened significantly since the original draft version that was gazetted. So we wanted to request whether it's possible for EPRA to consider reverting to the previous list, which we thought would be sufficient for giving the information they would require to assess an application. Thank you.
Just for clarity, Tom, the initial list, is it the guidelines or pre the guidelines which currently exist?
The initial list you're referring to? Or, well, the one I'm referring to is in the current reviewed draft, but the initial list I'm mentioning was in the originally gazetted draft from, I think, gazetted the end of April, if I'm remembering the date correctly, 30th April.
Okay, another question from that end. There's a question right here at the front, if there's none at the back.
Hi, I'm called Catherine from American Tower. I have two questions. My first question is on regulation of materials. Like currently, what happens when someone is doing a grid connection? KPLC will probably be the regulator. So I wonder, when we do the mini grids, how are the materials going to be regulated so that they meet the standards and do not cause accidents? Because we know that when people do business, sometimes they would want to cash in on the profits and probably use materials that are not to standard. My second question, I'm just wondering, our kind of business, we have solar panels where we generate more than we require, but not up to 1 megawatt. So I'd like to get clearance. Where do we fall if we probably want to sell the excess that we produce? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question on the right before we divide them within our panel? There's a gentleman right there.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Engineer Joshua Mwangi. I'm an independent energy expert. I want to thank you and the government for the efforts you are doing to realize the objective of electricity access to the communities in Kenya. But I would like to say, I note the regulations do not really define what is electricity access. So in that in mind, when we develop the mini grids, and a mini grid developer decides maybe to focus only on tier 1 of the C4all objective of connectivity, will that really achieve the objectives? So we really need to be very clear about the definition on what is electricity access. The other one is you talk about geographical and electrical boundaries. So it is, in my opinion, it is vague. Do we base on the constituency? Do we base it on a location? Is it a sublocation? Is it a village? What do we define to be the boundaries? And then there is the issue of local community. The definition, again, in my opinion, is vague. Who is this community? You know where we come from? If we go down, we have the village communities, we have clans, we have, so it is good that we are specific onto what that we are defining the communities so that we can avoid conflicts on the ground. You know, some communities will say we cannot be in the same project with the other community across the road. because they are of different, clans. This is how we live. And then there is after the approval for the tariff, where the developer is required also to get the approval from the county government on the development plan. I think it is not clear the duration that has been given. And then lastly, on operations, could the mini-grid developer, when it provides the standards for the reliability of electricity supply, can we also know the plans that are included? Can they be very specific on the technical aspect and also on financial aspect? Because the technical might look very good, but there is no budget really to support that, and that will lead to a failure on continuity of supply, availability of supply, and also the reliability of electricity supply. So that should go along into some evidence of how the materials are going to be replenished as we move on with the operations. So if a meter does not malfunction, how long will it take? And is there any evidence to show really the availability or access of the material to replenish that? Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. So another question on the right, or have we closed before we distribute? So I think we can take the final two, and then you'll allow us to have our panel respond to those.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Wilfred Bayer from Kilifi County Government. Part 2 on approvals and permits. The county government is supposed to offer a letter of no objection, and it's a bit more wide, because there is the aspect of the project and there is the aspect of the land. So this letter of no objection, are we referring to the project or are we referring to the aspect of the land? And given that we have the county governments and the community, I believe the county governments are supposed to protect and manage the resources and the people within that jurisdiction. So I don't think it would be fair to have the community signing agreements with developers while the county government will just standing and watching on the standby. Then we have the aspect of the mini grids and the tariff. I'm looking at it. Energy is a devolved function. The county governments, we are working also to raise revenue, create employment opportunities within the county. Can we structure the mini grid tariff in such a way that a certain percentage can go to the local governments or the county governments, so that we as county governments can also benefit out of these projects that will be implemented within our areas of jurisdiction? Thank you for those two.
Thank you. One last comment.
Thank you. This is Tom George with Africa Mini-Grid Developers Association. I wasn't sure if the mic would maybe come back to this side, so let me just lodge our second major consideration, if you don't mind. So this refers to, I believe it's Regulation 7, number 4, and our concern that therein it's stated that the site must be commissioned and 30% of connections made before a license will be issued. Our concern is that this would inhibit the bankability of projects if there's no license to operate the site before 30% of the connections are made. It would limit the developer's ability to raise project finance. So we wanted to request consideration by EPRA if there's a way to structure the licenses such that they may be revocable, or there are maybe some CPs or some other structure within the license such that a license could be issued, more assurance given to the developer and investor, but still, of course, the EPRA retains control in case the project is not realized or isn't compliant or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, thank you for all the invaluable comments, questions, suggestions. We're going to confirm, just restrict the comments raised and then allocate them with our team here. I just want to confirm, some of our teams at the back, EPRA team, just put up your hand so I know who's in the room other than those at the front. So we're all okay. Noted. So let's just start with the first question. This was raised by Mwangangi. Question is on community consent, county government consent. Mentioned that there's a conflict of sorts whereby community gives consent and the county does not. Proposal is perhaps that the county consent be issued before the developer proceeds to the community. And then how do we deal with public land? She doesn't feel that you do need to go to the community. So I think that question will be answered by Nixon and partly by myself. And then next is on the issue of penalties raised by the regulations. Thinks that's unfair. So Nixon, you'll take the next one as well on the issue penalties. I'll deal with the one on consent. Next question is by Tom, Regulation 6.1. There's a feeling or that the list of documents required has been lengthened. This is seen as troublesome and, it would deter developers. Can we revise to the initial list, which was gazetted on 30th April 2021 or thereabouts? That, again, I give it back to Nixon and Caroline, just to confirm if there's a deviation on the list. Then next is question raised by Catherine on grid connection, materials and standards. What's a standard? For those who, or developers who hope to eventually take the option of accessing the grid, how do we deal with the standards in those regulations? So that question I think we can throw back to Mr. Bukachi to respond to. Next, we have the same person who raised the earlier question, stating that the solar panels generating under 1 megawatt, where do they fall? Do they fall under the mandate of the mini-grid draft regulations they would want to sell? Do they fall under that threshold? So that falls as well under Nixon. Then we have comments that were raised by Engineer Joshua Mwangi. Comment was that the regulations do not define electricity access. It's a bit vague. Next comment is geographical or electrical boundaries. We've not really specified, or it's a bit vague as well in the regulation. Is it based on constituency? What is the boundary? And then local community as well, the definition. It is slightly vague. Village, community, clan. Could we be more specific? So I think this will take this as feedback. Thank you for that, engineer. This will not respond to, but we'll take it as feedback as we go back and review so that we could have a further elaboration. If you have proposals on how you'd want to word it, we'll share with you our email address, or you could even jot it down as we go along today so that we go with that feedback. And then next comment was that after the tariff approval, county government approval on development plan, again, it's not clear on the duration. This was raised in Mombasa. We gave or were given proposals of about 21 days. So I'll also take this as feedback because it's come across as we've traveled along. So that we won't respond to. We take it as feedback, say thank you. Next comment was on operations. Could mini-grid developer be more specific on the technical requirements, financial, is it muscle? What evidence on, the ability of the developer to replenish materials, which, for example, meters, etc., get worn down? What evidence do we as a regulator look through to ensure that it can be replenished? That will be answered by Mr. Bukachi. question from Kilifi County. Mr. Bayer, thank you. This is with regard to part 2 of the regulations on approval and permits and the issue of no objection. Your take is that the county has a mandate to manage the county resources, and so the approval, in your opinion, should end perhaps with the county government. I will take that, and Mr. Bukachi can also come in to just give our experience and why we felt that it needs to be two-tier approval. And then on the issue of tariff, energy again is a devolved function. It's a request if the county governments in the country could have a percentage of the amounts received. This will be taken by Mr. Yegon. And then finally is a comment by Tom talking on, bankability of the project and the push, or, the difficulty in getting financing by requiring that the developer has to complete 30% before issuance of an EPRA license. Could we be more lenient? Could we give maybe a conditional license of sorts so that we still have control as the regulator and reduce that requirement? So I think at this point, before we get to the left, I'll start with the panel. I'll start with Yegon, far on the right. Then we come back to Nixon, then Carol, then end with myself, and then we'll take the questions on the left. So bear with us. Let's respond to those questions. Maybe they might answer some of the questions we intend to ask. Over to you, Yegon.
Thank you, Le, and good morning to every one of us here. I think I've been allocated one question, which was from Kilifi County Government on charging of levies to these mini-grid facilities. And what I would like to say is that, it's a delicate balance. Yes, you need to, you want to raise revenues as a county government, but then again, those levies will find their way in the tariff that is being proposed by this developer. So if you are charging high revenues, or rather high taxes and levies to these mini-grid operators, then of course it's to the detriment of your, of the community or the residents there, because that developer will pass the cost to the community. And probably maybe just to refer to section, I think, 223 of the Energy Act, I know these regulations cannot contravene the parent law, which is the Energy Act of 2019. And maybe just to read verbatim the provisions of that section 223, which states that no public body shall charge levies on public energy infrastructure without the consent of the Cabinet Secretary in writing. And the Cabinet Secretary in this case is the Cabinet Secretary responsible for the matters energy. And we've seen, even for the grid-connected facilities, some of the hydro plants, say, operated by Kengen in West Pokot, Meru, or Embu for that matter, some of those county governments have wanted to, or rather they've proposed to charge some sort of levies because of you're utilizing the resources that are sort of, for lack of a better word, domiciled in that county. But of course, you have to get express approval from the Cabinet Secretary for you to be able to charge such levies and taxes on any energy infrastructure. So yes, you could get that consent, but then again, it's to the detriment of the community. So I hope that satisfies the gentleman from Kilifi County Government. So next, Nixon. Okay.
So I think I will attempt to discuss on the community contract and the requirement for us to require the developer to go to the county and then use that as an approval for the project. From where I sit myself, I see it as a simpler process, what you're proposing. But from the perspective of what we have in the Constitution, it may not hold, in my opinion, because there are many decisions, and you are aware, now that you're in the county, you're with the county government, which have been made either by national government and the county government, which have been challenged in court on account of community participation. And also the other angle that you are supposed to look at it, who is going to get the service? The service is to the end user, the mwananchi, Bukachi in the village. So if the developer wants to do a project without me having consent, then that could be a challenge also. And someone can use those grounds, because you cannot impose a project to a user. And from our experience, we have a few projects, and the good thing, a few developers are here, where the community, not even the county government, neither the Minister for Energy, the Cabinet Secretary for Energy, or the authority has challenged the project, but we have gone ahead, done the entire process as is and as recommended, but at the end of it, the community comes back to say they don't want the project. So in that case, I'm not sure if the county government will then say you have to take the project, or the Cabinet Secretary will say you have to take the project. So in my opinion, the best way would be for us to think of how we can engage the community so that they have a buy-in of the project in a more efficient way, and also have the county government, which is in charge of physical planning and also reticulation in the counties, on board, to have all these stakeholders in agreement. In terms of who signs the community contract, because I think Engineer Mwangi alluded to that, in terms of who is the local community. In this case, the local community, from where we stand, is the person being served by the mini-grid developer. So as Leah said, we will try and clarify that in the regulations, but the definition we have is what we obtained from the main act. That's the Energy Act of 2019. That's how the local community is defined. But before we conclude on this, and I think with the permission of Leah, I would request that we get maybe a contribution from the audience in terms of this process, whether we should involve the local community or we should not involve the local community as part of the approval. I know there is Professor Bakar, who is online already. For him, he has given his opinion in terms of saying it's important that we engage the community before getting into the county government or even the national government for that matter. And we'd want, so that we build some consensus and know what we'll put in the regulation as the way forward. So maybe some 2-3 contributions, very brief, from your experience with the projects, so that we have a way forward on what we'll have as a final input to the regulations. So I see one hand, there I see 2 hands, and I see the other one at the back. So I'll give you an opportunity. Philip could assist us.
My name is Mbeo Gea. I work for the Stockholm Environment Institute as a researcher. And I had more or less a similar sentiment as the proposer of the process. And that brings the question of what's the role of the county government and the national government. Ideally, as an investor, like you gave a simple example, Bukachi Limited, you wouldn't know the county plan for that region. So the first entry office will be the county government to understand the county plan of that particular region. Do they intend to electrify that area? Have they identified that as their priority site? And what are their plans to electrify that particular area that you intend to. But if they give you a go-ahead that this region is underserved or it's an area that we've not planned in the next few years, and this could be a suitable site for you, then now you get to engage with the community than going the other way around. I think that will be important, but I also wanted to add that having a contract with the community, and then a contract is a binding document, and you don't want to have it with the community, and then it's nullified with the county or with the national government. So getting this perspective and from the county government first, then getting to the community and coming back to the county is useful, my opinion.
Thank you. So I think we'll have these two here. They raise their hands first.
Yeah, my name is Evans Magembe with Nairobi Limited. We have done projects, mini-grids so far, and of course that issue of the county and the community has come up all the time. I agree with what, I don't remember his name, what he has said, but I'm assuming that your initial internal planning, of course, you're looking for sites. You're going to need to look at sites that need to be rectified in Kenya. And then when you go to a certain county, of course, you're going to try to talk to the county to find out which sites they think that are available, that don't have. But in terms of documenting, I think, of course, you need to engage the community first. Now, when you start serious business, because there are some sites that we have done, for example, in Turkana, whereby the community has said, actually, if you really engage the county, then probably we don't want that project. And some of those sites have been tried. Someone has tried to rectify them before, like 2 or 3 times. They were not successive because I think they were engaging the county. You know, we all know that government or counties, you know, these are corporations, and sometimes there are some communities that say, look, based on politics, we are marginalized, so we don't want the county government to really tell us what to do. So I really think that the process is that if you really want to succeed, you need to go sell your project to the community, talk to them, tell them what service you're going to offer them. Once they have agreed, you don't really sign, it's not really a contract, but it's an MOU that shows that the community is on board on this project, they have understood. After that, of course, you do go to the county government to tell them that I'm okay with the community. Now, of course, for more so like in northern Kenya, you know, land is communal, means that, of course, there is no one in the community you're going to sign land with, but the communities, they're the ones that have the land, although the county is the custodian of the land, but the community are the ones that are going to allocate you the land, but of course you will get a lease agreement from the county.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's not much to add. I think most of it has been said. I'll just bring a bit of attention to the different designations of land. Of course, we have public, private, community, but in community land, there's registered and unregistered community land. And I think this might influence how the land is approached and how the investment is approached. So I won't add on to what everybody has said. I agree that communities need to be involved in the interest of responsible investments. You might think that this is an investment that is good according to county plans and national plans, but it does not fall in line with what the community wants or needs at that moment, despite county or national plans. So I think it is essential to engage the community, to also secure your own financial interests. You might invest in something that isn't accepted by the community, and you'll find yourself financially at a loss. So engaging the community is essential and necessary. but within the parameters of the current designations of land that we have, might help you also approach it in a way that's a bit more feasible.
Thank you. Anyone with a divergent opinion? The last one, divergent, not to repeat what has been said.
Yes, thank you. I'm Pepe Nchwate. I don't know if it is very a diversion opinion, but I just wanted to emphasize on the role of the community. The idea right at the beginning when this is really to sensitize, also to make the community being responsible, so that the community does not sign an agreement or an MOU with different companies for the same site. That was also one aspect. Then we're talking about the land. The land is several. We have two. When we said the community responsibility here, there are two levels. The first level is just to buy in on the project. The land issue comes later on when the land is needed, maybe to erect the mini grid plant. So just wanted to bring this precision on those two aspects. Thank you.
So thank you. I think we'll stop there on that point. The take home that I'm getting, of course, if I'm a developer, and if you look at the regulations, we have said wherever you are trying to initiate a project, you should consult the Integrated National Energy Plan. That, of course, the Integrated National Energy Plan is a document that is envisioned to have input from the county energy plans. And also, what I've seen developers do, as Evans was saying, you can't just say, I'm going directly to the community, but in terms of the formal process, you will start from the community. But in the initial scanning of the projects, of course, you'll engage with the county officials, either formally or informally, when you're identifying the sites for the mini grid. But in terms of who comes first, then it's important to talk to the community, that they agree with your development as you progress. But then, because at that point, once you agree with the community, out of what you got from the county government, then the county government will give you an objection. So that's what I've picked, and I think it has been captured. In terms of list of requirements, this was a question from Tom. We have not increased the list of requirements. If you look at the previous draft, we had 4 stages. There's one we were calling a construction permit, if you remember. So we removed the stage for the construction permit and put the requirements under the tariff application. Because from the assessment, and also to make the process easier, we wanted to reduce interaction between the developer and the government. I hope that makes sense in terms of you come to us as the authority, you are applying for the tariff. Then after a few months, you come to us, you are applying for a construction permit. After a few months, you are coming to us, you are applying for the license. So in this case, we wanted to make your interaction with us as minimal as possible to make it efficient. So once we give you the tariff approval, then we have checked most of the requirements. And at the last stage, it will be easier for us to issue with the license. Because the alternative we have is to remove those requirements at the tariff stage and put them at the license stage, which will make it difficult for the developer. And the developer wants to have a surety that when I develop this site, I will get the license. So that's the thinking that we had. But of course, we are open to suggestions in case you feel there is any specific requirement that we should move to the license. But we do not want to have many requirements at the license approval stage. We should have cleared with you as early as possible to give you sufficient time and also give you confidence that you will get the approval for the license. And if you check in one of the schedules where we have tried to give a template of the tariff approval to the developer, we have clarified and said, if you have a tariff approval and you meet the conditions of the regulations, you will automatically get a license. so that we are also trying to give confidence to the investors in terms of them getting a license after they have developed the site. And another example, I think you're asking in the last question, in terms of financing, we borrow the same process from how we approve big projects. We usually give a PPA, and then the developer uses the PPA to obtain financing. So they come back to us to get the license to operate the plant, so that we're also trying to reduce that interaction. That interaction is not bad. Of course, we'll have our investors, we'll have our stakeholders. You can always come to our office, but we also want to make your business as efficient as possible. To Catherine, in terms of the quality of materials, we check the engineering drawings, which are prepared by the engineer's report, which are prepared by the feasibility study and the engineer's report, which are prepared before the project is developed. And then the project is supposed to be commissioned by a registered professional engineer. So at that point, we have confidence, being a professional, that the engineer will be able to guide the developer appropriately, because you don't want to go and dictate the type of materials that the developer would use. But without saying much, I know there are also guidelines for those ones in engineering that you have to use. Of course, you have to comply with the requirements of the grid code. We are doing the quality of service regulations. You have to comply with that, which then give us an assurity that developers will be able to use the right materials. In addition, the developer is doing an investment for 20 years. It is to his detriment or her detriment if he uses the wrong materials. In fact, most of them will want to use the best materials so that they reduce the O&M cost. Because if you use poor materials, the O&M cost then will be high. In terms of you wanting to sell electricity, I know American Towers Company is electrifying their towers using solar power plants. It will depend on whom you want to sell to. We have seen models for mini grids where they are called ABC, if I have not forgotten, where someone wants to do for the tower, for example, to a business and then to the community. So in that case, you will follow this framework because you'll be selling your electricity to the local community. That is for the ABC model. But if you'll be selling your electricity to KPLC, so there are two options. You can sign a feed-in tariff PPA with them, like Strathmore, or alternatively, we are currently working on mini-grid regulations. So where you'll be able to net meter what you give them and what they get back you get back from them. And those are the options that I see you can be able to explore. But if you're doing the ABC model, I know there is a developer who has been trying to do that. Then, of course, we'll fall under the mini-grid regulations because we'll be supplying electricity to the local community and local businesses. Engineer Mwangi asked about the definition of electricity access in terms of what has been provided for in Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. We try to define these in the technical guidelines. I propose, if you have time, you can go through those guidelines. But then, whether we don't have those guidelines, the level of service shall be defined in the supply contract between the client and the developer. And in this case, our understanding is when you are supplying electricity in a community, you should be able to meet their energy needs. I will use an example of Kenya Power being the distribution licensee. For example, in Nairobi now, they cannot tell me you cannot put a fridge because our supply is not sufficient. So if the customer wants to install a fridge, then they have to have a discussion with the developer to make sure that they meet their demand. That is the understanding from the regulations, and that's what is provided for in the template supply contract that we have as one of the schedules. But then also we are trying to develop something under the technical guidelines so that we also don't make it very complicated by insisting on a level of service that is not necessary, which we also invite you to have input, and we'll be able to, you can get the document from our website and we can share in case it's necessary. In the approval process for the county government, the initial no objection in the Mombasa workshop, it was suggested we give the county 21 days. But the physical planning approval is an approval that is outside this process. You know, and all of us know, whether I'm digging a toilet in my home, I have to get an approval, a physical planning approval from the county government. So we didn't want to have it as part of the process for the tariff, but then require that the developer obtains this before they start construction, so that we are also not trying to control the processes of the county. Because the physical planning approval is for anything, buildings, roads, power plants. So we can't dictate the timelines in this regulation, because then we'll be going into other jurisdictions of physical planning, which we don't intend to do. But we have made it a requirement that when you're coming for the license, we will verify that you obtained that approval before we issue with the operation license. I think those were the questions I was supposed to respond to. Maybe one thing that Leo was supposed to comment on, I think I was given the question, in terms of replenishment of materials once you develop a site. So in the tariff model we have, Leo will correct me if I'm wrong, we have an O&M, operation and maintenance component for the project. So the developer declares this cost at the beginning, and it's part of the tariff. So the tariff that is approved is supposed to make the mini grid sustainable. And that's why you'll hear, I know Tom, George, and Evans will be talking about cost reflective tariffs. So they want tariffs that are able to meet the capital investment cost and also the operation and maintenance cost. So if Leo, you want to add something, then you could add.
Maybe I can just mention it from here that the tariff application model that we have, and is the one we will be using when submitting your tariff application to EPRA, you specify the life of these materials. If you have an inverter, you say this is valid or its useful life is 10 years. Then the model allows you to enter replacement cost at year 11, so that eventually you are looking at the levelized tariff over the 20-year or 20-year life of this plant. So if you put, you are replacing your inverter in year 11, then that tariff, or rather the model will compute your tariff now in year 11, inclusive of the replacement cost that you factor it in.
So thank you. I think before the next round of questions, would respond to one question from online where someone is saying the community has no technical capacity to approve to look at the technical and financial requirements of the project. That we appreciate. And that's why the regulator is looking at the financial model and is also trying to look at the engineer's report to try and protect the community from substandard products, substandard designs, and to make sure that they meet the level of quality of service that they want. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll just touch on one final question, which has not been touched on, the one from Tom George, about the requirements that you commission 30%, I mean, you have 30% of the connections having been done before you apply for the license. And I think this is a discussion we had some time back, I think with the AMDA, if you remember. First of all, when we give you the tariff approval, we put that in the Kenya Gazette. And it is highly unlikely that you will get an approval and then not get the license. So the reason why we say you first start with the project before the license is to avoid a situation where you're issued with the license, then you take a long time during construction, and then that shortens the length of your license. Because remember, according to the Energy Act, which is the current law, we as EPRA cannot amend your license dates. You can only run with the license to the end, then apply for renewal after, I think 36 months to the expiry of that license. So we want you to start your construction so that by the time we are giving you the then you're about 100% commissioned, then you can utilize your license for that duration. And our thinking was the Kenya Gazette notice where your tariff is published is, proof enough that really we're in support of this project, and we expect that your lenders will find it bankable. However, if Tom George wants to engage further or has got further submissions as to how you'd like that appear in the regulations, then we are more than happy to receive that submission. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you to our participants for all your comments. I think I'm just going to build up and close on some of the questions raised from a regulatory perspective. Issue number one, land. So we will give you our perspective of the situations that we come across when we receive mini-grid applications for licenses, tariffs, etc., under the current guidelines that we're using. So, of course, we have various forms of applications, but I think maybe about 5, 6, 7 years ago, I think Nixon is here, he can attest to that, Yegon, Caroline, we would have projects or applicants making applications, but you do not, or you've not illustrated proof of ownership of land. And then tomorrow somebody comes back in, the parcel is LR ABCDZ. No, I did not sell it or I did not give it to this project. So we want a bankable project where we sit as EPRA. We have oversight mandate of taking care of various stakeholders. One of the stakeholders are the project developers, our licensees. Number two is also the community. So we have to do a balance. And those are some of the reasons why we're talking about 30%, completion at some stage. We want to see that our people will have power at some sort. So bear with us. Of course, it's a discussion, but those are some of the reasons why we take such steps. Number two, I think community consent and county approval consent. Again, looking at the mandate of EPRA and where we sit, we have county governments as part of our stakeholders, as well as the community. So we cannot omit having discussions with these parties. So the idea of the provisions of the step 1 and 2 in terms of approval level of county and also community communication is just to ensure that all parties sit on the table and they're in agreement. They want, they can pay for this, and they are okay with what is being proposed or brought to, to them in terms of power. So those are the reasons, I think, why we have to have a look at both of them. And I think this response to Mwangangi, where perhaps it was a feeling, can we just go straight to the county? No, the community is very important. The county too, very important. So we have to have a discussion and we try to do a balance. I think over the past 5 years, we've traveled around the country and we've tried as much to understand what is required, the No Objection Physical Planning Act requirement, just to make sure that we don't have briefcase, licensees and people who really want to help us towards 100% electrification. So I think that responds to that. And as well also to Mr. Bayer's comment. Thank you, we do appreciate the county, but I think it's important to have, such discussions and barazas, and that's why we come to the ground as mediators when such discussions take place. So I think at this point, I'll come back to the left side of, the room? But then I think EPRA team, there was somebody who'd raised their hand, I think I saw on the online platform, but he'd placed his hand down. I think, could we just confirm, or you could let me know if Vivian Venderinto still has a comment? I think you advised that we could plug it up and here you let me know as we go along. But at this point, I think I'll invite our participants on the left to share their comments. Again, we'll take 3. So we'll start at the front with the madam here. We'll start on the reverse and then go backward. And then again, do just as we did on the right. We'll share it to ourselves and then respond.
Hello again, Mariama Farah from Natural Justice. My question is on 24.1, without prejudicing the provisions in the Act. Is it possible to have a situation where the licensee, KPLC for instance, is coming in for the national grid, but the mini-grid provider is offering a tariff that is more competitive? Would it still be the view of this authority that you would still take the national grid over the mini-grid, even though the mini-grid is better serving the community?
Yeah, my name again is Evans Magembe. I was actually asking, my question is about the same. What I'm saying from experience for sustainability of these mini-grids, I mean, we know that there's public, there's private mini-grids. So from experience, what has happened, the issue of a tariff, I don't know how you guys address that. So to avoid conflict and to make sure that there's fairness, where I've gone different parts of the country, what the community says is that, look, we are Kenyans and we have a right, a constitutional right to be supplied with electricity. So you see in the community, let's say I'm somewhere in Turkana or Marsabit, we are not doing very well, like the people in Nairobi who are rich. And then you come here, you charge us 3-4 times what someone in Nairobi is paying. So they do tell me that this is completely very unfair. So I don't know, and of course what I tried to explain, which I don't know whether it's a good explanation, is that, look, we are private developers. Why Kenya Power is able to charge average 18 shillings, it's because the government has provided some subsidy to Kenya Power, or Lelek, or Kentraco, or Kengen, whoever, and that is why they are able to get the tariff that low. And then, so the community says, look, why can't we get the same thing? And then what has happened is that some of those off-grid areas, there are some projects that are done by the government, by LELEC. So what is happening is that they are charging. So there's a project which is 2-3 kilometers away from your project. Someone is being charged 20 shillings or 18, and you are charging 70 shillings. So that brings a lot of conflict. So what I'm wondering, for fairness, I don't know how we've been able to address this issue. Yes, you're giving a tariff. There's private developers here. For sure, for them to survive, they got to be a way that the tariff is universal. Like everyone gets kind of the same tariff. What we have done, the discussions we've been having with the county has said, look, people are very poor. We don't want you to charge them 70 shillings. So what they have done, for example, in Turkana, we are in discussions where they are giving us the subsidy. They are saying, how much can we pay you so that you can charge our people 20 shillings per unit? So, and then we've been trying to do the math and say, look, you pay me this, then I'll charge this. So the county is trying to come in. I remember one, our colleague here said he wants the county to get money from the energy, but actually what other counties are doing, they are giving money to developers so that they can lower the tariff for their people. So that's a question I want someone to extensively address it, because otherwise for private developers, this is not sustainable. We do know that. So far, nobody has been able to make a profit in mini-grids, and that's a fact.
Because I speak long. So first, let me say thank you, Nixon. You've presented well, and I thank you for the same. My name is Dr. Nguzo from the County Government of Kilifi, and I have some comments to make or share with you. 4 of them. 4 of them. One on interpretation, 2 on schedules, 3 on community and community contract. Now let me begin with my comments on interpretation. Nixon, as you are presenting well, you were actually interchangeably using 3 terms. Under section 6(3)(d), this term, stakeholder consultations. But we are using it interchangeably with public participation. And at some point, community consultation. So in my view, you were equating stakeholder consultations, public participation, community consultations. If these 3 mean the same, then I think it is my opinion to say here, let's zero in on one terminology. And none of these 3 have been captured under interpretation. It will be ideal to zero in on one, either stakeholder consultations or community consultations or public participations, and then let us put it under the interpretation. And stakeholder consultation is broader than community consultation. So that is one comment that I want to share with you. The second I want also to share on schedules. You have talked of letter of no objection. Under these regulations, there are 2 letters of no objection to be issued by the county government. The first letter of no objection is under section 5(1)(g), which talks about a letter of no objection to the what? To the developer. To the mini-grade developer when he wants to do the expression of interest to the cabinet secretary. Then the second letter of no objection by the county government is under section 6(1)(b). Now from these regulations, the way you've captured them, it is not clear whether these letters of no objections are distinct and different or one. Because if these letters of objections were one, then under section 6(1)(b), whereby it is a letter of no objection on tariffs, it would have been indicated rather, in my opinion, letter of no objection from the host county government under section 5(1)(g). That would denote that the same letter of objection issued by the host county government used for the expression of interest to the cabinet secretary is the same letter that again will be used for the tariff issues. So I think, in my view, it is better for us to be clear whether these are 2 different letters of objection with 2 different details or one. Now I proceed. You will find under section 5(1)(g), letter of no objection by the county governments, whereby now is a requirement for the expression of interest. You have indicated under 4 under 4(1) under 4(6), 4 requirements. In my view, this letter of no objection, because seems to be a bit detailed, should be captured in a schedule. So that now we have a standardized letter of no objections from the host county governments. Otherwise, you will find a letter of no objection from Kilifi County addressed to the mini-grade developer, one from Kisii addressed to the Cabinet Secretary, one from Mombasa addressed to whom it may concern, and one from Tana River addressed to His Excellency the Governor. I think it is much better for us to have a standardization, and a standardization will only be able to be achieved when we actually have a schedule with a correct and proper wording. Proper wording. Then I also want to talk on the issue of community. You have said that the first stage is a community. And Madam, you have labored, others have said, do we begin from the county government of the community? It has been said, it's the community. Now here is a market of ideas here. And my idea is, we ought to begin from the county. And why? When you are trying to explain issues of energy reticulation and how the county governments came into being, you referred to the need of the county energy plan. But unfortunately, you have been absent or silent on a serious document referred to as County Spatial Plan. A county spatial plan. Because a county spatial plan has zoned the entire county, what should be placed what should be placed where, and what have you. Remember, this is an investment. So you cannot actually go to the community, an investor go to the community, have consultations with them, enter into the contracts, only later to be told this is contrary to the law. Because a county spatial plan by itself is law. So you'll have entered into what? Contracts, true, but when you come to the county government, we will revoke that. Or that we may again not see the light of day. So it's much better, in my view, you begin with the county government, so that you'll share with the county government about the county energy plans, county spatial plans. And finally, why should you come to the county governments? In these particular regulations, you have talked of community contracts, but you have not defined what a community is. If you look at the Constitution of Kenya, Article 63(2), and then you go to the Community Land Act 2016. You go to the Community Land Act Regulations 2017. They have defined what a community is. And for this particular matter, energy or mini grids, whatever, this is an investment. The counties have been given the responsibilities of being trustees of the communities, especially in areas where the land is not registered. And by law, Article 63(2), the Community Land Act of 2016 says, in the event an investor comes into a particular area which is unregistered, the communities have no mandate, have no capacity to enter into any contract with an investor. It is the county government who has been given those trusteeship roles and mandates to enter into contracts on behalf of that particular community. And in the event that there will be some proceeds or benefits or monetary benefits It is the county government which has to bank the same money until when that particular community is registered. So those are 2 or 3 or 4 reasons why, in my view, we should begin with the counties and then you go to the what? To the communities. So I think what I'm saying, let's try to see how we can define community in this particular bill, but again, because it is talking or it is touching on land, let us connect it to Article 62 of the Constitution and the Community Land Act. Now maybe finally, Kilifi County as we speak is constructing the largest solar mini-grid, energy solar mini-grid in Kenya. I think Bayer knows how big it is. But as for me, I know it's the biggest in Kenya. You have talked of the community contract. I want to be assisted here to understand. If you go to Kilifi County as we speak now, that company is called Malindi Solar. Bayer, how much is it generating? 40, should be 42 watts. Okay. But they were saying they will not be selling that energy directly to the community. They'll sell that to the KPLC and then for further distribution. So now to what extent is this community engagements or community contract applicable in such scenarios? Because in Kilifi, we have about 2 more big solar companies coming into place. Then we have several salt farms in Kilifi County coming up with mini grids. So I think we should also revisit this community contract and see how best now this can be applicable. Because I don't see how it's going to be applicable to Malindi Salt, Mombasa Salt, Crystal Salt companies, and you are requesting them to have a community what? A community contract as a requirement for expression of interest or what have you, for them to maybe to generate such a thing, while in fact they're generating for possible their own use and literally for the environment. I have said many things. I may have forgotten what I've said, but at least I've said a few things which you can actually take home and maybe respond to the same. Finally, Madam has talked of the various categories of land: public land, private land, and community. I've talked of the community lands here, whereby the counties are custodians, and you cannot bypass them under all circumstances, provided in the Constitution and the Community Land Act. Equally, under Article 62, under Article 62(3) of the Constitution of Kenya, provides trusteeship roles to the county governments for any land or any unalienated public land to the county governments. So you cannot, or it is a risky business for you to go down to the communities, do whatever you want to do, stakeholder engagements, whatever. But remember now, this land could be public, as she has said. And once it is not to be public, this land belongs to the county governments, as per Article 62(3). You will require, again, consent from the county governments. Food for thought. Where do we go? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nguzo. Any more questions on that end?
Yes, this is Hope from AMDA. I have two questions. The first one is on the tariff model. When does EPRA hope to release the tariff model to us so that we can review it? And the second one is, what is the status of previous questions submitted earlier in the month? And when are you going to submit, to give to us a reviewed, updated draft? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Nixon. It's quite elaborate. Mine is very brief. I'll just share two comments. But I think we have already shared our memorandum to EPRA, Stephen Nyang'au from National Construction Authority. So my inquiry is on the definition of a mini-grid developer. When I look at 4.3, where you are giving what the mini-grid developer is supposed to do, there is the issue of construction and commissioning. How are we taking care of the aspect of construction? Does the mini-grid developer need to have a certificate or a registration to be a contractor? Because as far as I know, there are laws that regulate the construction process for the construction works. Then you also mentioned something about the removal of the construction permit. I understand you would want to make the licensing process easier, but in my opinion, I feel that it's important that you separate the construction process itself because in the process of implementing or constructing that project, the developer may run into risks of conflicting with other laws that are there that regulate the construction process. So it would be necessary to see how we can be able to separate the construction process or try and mitigate it by including in this document the aspect of bringing on board a regulated contractor and also bringing on board the aspects of technology transfer because there are laws that have been put in place, the aspects of local content involvement because there are laws that have been put in place to ensure that there is local content involvement in the construction process that is happening on the ground. So those are areas that probably you need to look at and see how we can accommodate in this document.
Okay, so thank you. We've got a huge number of questions from yourself to the front, and then there are very many questions at the back. So that we don't, is it maybe repeat questions or so that our panelists can answer so that we could progress, please allow us to first deal with the many questions at the front, and then we'll go to the back. So I think I'll start with Nixon. We'll pick them up. I think our panelists have picked up those that they can answer, and we'll take them as we go along. And then we'll come for the second round for the back. So please take note of the questions and bear with us. We'll get back right to you.
Thank you, Leah, and thank you, participants, for the good questions. I was just asking myself whether the people asking questions come from communities. Because there was a question saying the community is ignorant. And we have Dr. Nguzo here, rightly so with the title. You know, there are people who, just on a lighter note, because the questions have been so many, so that if I skip a few, you don't hurt me, say that education is not important. But from what Dr. Nguzo has said in his comments, it means he has read the document, related the clauses, and given feedback. So being a doctor is a good thing, right? So I encourage all of us to be doctors, so that we're in the same league with Dr. Nguzo. So I will start with these questions. In terms of interpretation of public participation, community participation, and stakeholder consultation. So what we are doing today is public participation, right? Leah, is that correct? Yes. Yes. So when we will be approving the projects, I think there will be a bit of both community and stakeholder when you are approving the tariffs. So I think we will endeavor to clarify that in the regulations, because we will be talking directly to the community, and also there would be people who will be interested in the project who might not be part of the community, and hence the public notice that we have in the wild circulation to inform any stakeholder Kenya Power, REREC, another developer, those will be stakeholders. So I think I've been able to respond to that. The no objection letter, I want to clarify, it's one letter. So I think we'll add that mention of 51G in 61B. So we have taken that on board. We have taken on board your comment on having a standardized document, but then we might want feedback from the counties. So maybe we'll propose the write-up and share with the counties through Council of Governors, because they are the ones who are approving, so they will know what they want to put in the document. So we'll do the initial draft and then circulate to the counties through the Council of Governors for comments. Now this thing called the County Energy Plan and County Spatial Plan, that is where the intricacies of the various counties come in. And as all of us understand, there are different levels of development of various counties. I know there are counties which may not even be having a county energy plan, leave alone the county spatial plan. So basically, we might want to retain the county energy plan. In a case where the county then is giving an objection, they will look into their spatial plan. So that we also don't make it very stringent. We could say every developer makes sure that the development aligns with the county spatial plan, and then the plan does not exist. So what happens? So in this case, we'll try to, we'll use the county energy plan. I think that will be the way forward for us. And then the county government then will refer, in cases where they have the spatial energy plan, they will refer to the plan and be able to advise the developer accordingly. So in this case, from your submission, I think we are going back to the question of what is coming out, and what I picked is it's important to engage both the county and the community. But for the purposes of the regulations, then we'd want maybe the developer to get the no objection before him going to the community, based on what you have submitted. And of course, you have referred us to the necessary sections, the Constitution of Kenya, the Community Land Act, which I think I don't have to worry about because I have lawyers in the house. On Kilifi County, the power plant, the Malindi Solar. So the Malindi Solar is not a mini grid as is. Malindi Solar is, they are an IPP. We call them independent power producers. So they are generating electricity to sell to KPLC or to the off-taker, so that in case another off-taker comes in and someone doesn't say, I didn't recognize that we need more KPLCs. So in this case, they are selling to KPLC. So these regulations do not apply to them. Here we are focusing on the mini grids for electricity access. And I think as part of the matrix for the development of the project, without going into details, the developer is supposed to look at how the local community is going to develop from that power plant. But in this case, we will not be discussing it here because it's not within the purview of this document. To hope, the tariff model, we will share the tariff model maybe by Monday to the developers, because we thought we had the option of presenting it here. It will be a good thing and very cosmetic, but I think it will put off most of the significant comments that we'll need on the main document of the draft regulations. So in this case, we'll share the model with the stakeholders. Whoever will have comments on the same, then we can have an engagement on the same, specifically focusing on that tariff model, so that we don't, because here I know we have people from NGOs, people from the engineers, lawyers. If Leo came here for that model, even me, I will start dozing. And we'll take a photo of me and put it online and say even the facilitators are sleeping. And they expect us to give comments. So that we'll try and address at that stage. In terms of the comments from NCA, in the regulations, we have referred to the developer being able to obtain the necessary construction approvals. So we thought that is sufficient, and maybe we'll try to harmonize with the submissions you have made. We have not bypassed that. So we have said the developer will obtain the necessary construction approval, and in this case, maybe the developer may not be the person constructing the plant. Developer could be Nirav, now that he mentioned this company, but then he contracts an EPC to do the construction. So in this case, developer, we are looking at it from the project development aspect, where you are doing the initial source for financing to be able to establish the power plant. But even for people constructing, EPRA, for example, requires them to have a solar license, a construction C1 license. But we haven't put it in the regulation because we assume then the developer will be able to be advised accordingly in the process. But then if it's necessary that we mention National Construction Authority, we might want to do that. But then we also don't want to, let's look at it, and I'll also want to feed into what the person from Kilifi was saying in terms of charges. At times it's very complicated approving these mini grids. And I know Ivan wants me to respond to his question, how we are going to harmonize the tariffs. It's not easy because us as the regulator, we don't have money. Yeah? That's true. We don't have money to finance projects. It's a fact. But we should be able to create an environment for public entities and developers, private developers, to develop their projects. That's the work of the regulator. So we determine your technical and financial capacity to deliver the project and give you a process that allows you to easily realize your objectives. So that is our work. But what you are mentioning in terms of us being able to subsidize the cost or having a subsidy, that will be a good question for the Ministry of Energy in this case, which I know it's something we can take up and raise with them in terms of how we can be able to have a uniform tariff for the mini grids that are developed by private developers. I know it happens in Uganda, for example, where they have set at a cost, where they're saying, I think it should be equivalent to 30 shillings, Kenya shillings. So the developers compete to realize that price. Yeah? So then, in terms of realizing that price, in this case, if your proposal is the minimum, you need the minimum subsidy to give a tariff of 30 shillings, then you win the project. So in that case, that's a government program. But we don't want to also strangle private developers who want to start their own initiatives and develop projects. Because I know if we did that capping, then we'll have to wait for government funding to electrify these communities. So it's a difficult balance, but I think, and I'm sure there are representatives from Ministry Online, and we'll also take up with them so that we see how best are we able to address this issue of tariff. And maybe that brings to the fore what we are talking about with the Kilifi County in terms of money. I know it's a valid concern that they need to get some money from the projects, but if they're approving the physical plans, I think already they're getting some money from the projects. But if they went in, I'm looking at my county, where I come from, if the county government started getting a levy from those people who are developing mini grids, then the projects will even become more expensive. And in the long run, we will affect the local communities. So let's look at it from the drive of us opening up the rural areas by allowing people to have access to clean and affordable and reliable energy. At the moment, when our communities are rich, at that time when they will be rich, then we can levy something for them. In fact, even April levy is gazetted in the is one of the gazetted levies, but we don't charge on mini-grid so far, because that will also increase the cost of the tariff. So the last one, I think, came from Farah in terms of the tariff competitiveness of KPLC and the mini-grid developer. Definitely there could be cases where the mini-grid tariff, for example, if it's built by the community, because we have community mini-grids driven by hydro, for example, or it's funded by someone, they could be cheaper than KPLC. So the options we have provided in the regulations is what the developer wants to consider. But it's not a must that the mini-grid should be interconnected with the main grid. It's not a must. So if the developer feels they can still operate outside the distribution licensee, for example, for cases where the tariff is cheaper, then they are not forced to surrender the assets to Kenya Power. So that, I think that's very clear. So with that, I'm sure we have not responded to the questions, but we have touched on every question, and we hope that the responses are satisfactory. So I will request that we go to the next round of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nixon. Thank you to all the participants. Okay. And I think matters land community, very sensitive, but I just wanted to reiterate to all of you, when we receive an application, we have a very dynamic team at EPRA. Issues land. We cannot foresee what sort of projects or applications come to EPRA, but we do not leave an issue of confirming that the land or the prerequisite, is it approvals from the county or from the community, whichever applies, are met. So I think that's how we approach that. And I think we've seen previous projects in the past in the news dailies, which have been turned down, for example, because of not following the right procedures. And that's why the regulator is there, to just ensure that we have a project that does go through. If you need, is it an approval from the county? You've got it. We partner with National Land Commission, ETC, to ensure that we can be able to progress. So I think at this point, our internal team has requested 2 questions from our Zoom viewers. I think there's Viviane and Diana. Maybe could you just, to our internal team, just allow them, maybe start with Viviane so that we could hear the question and respond before we get to the back there. Gladys and team, are we ready?
Investment in this infrastructure from the point of view of accelerating energy access in rural communities. Very pleased with where it's going, and despite the fact that we as an ANDA may have some more specific concerns, I think it's come a long way, and we will address those, and very pleased to be working with you guys. So my first question, I have 2, is more or less about the licensing process and more about what happens afterwards. So the first one is this, and it relates to encroachment. What options practically exist for recourse in the terms of in the situation where KPLC encroaches on one of our sites? And what can we expect from EPRA from the point of view of supporting those recourse options? That's the first question. The second question relates to site footprint. So essentially, in the context of our licenses, there's a geometric definition of what is the community or communities that we're powering. And we very often run into situations where there are customers that are just outside of that footprint and are asking us, Why can't we get connected? And technically, we could connect them by extending the grid and still achieve the technical requirements for voltage drop and quality of service. And so I'm interested to know if there is planned to be a simpler process to enable us to connect, those customers on the boundaries of our sites that also practically could enjoy the service but don't, because they might not have featured as part of the original project submission. I hope you were able to hear me and those questions were clear.
Thank you, Vivian. We've heard you. Thank you very much for that. Osia and Gladys, if you could also allow Diana to raise a question so that we respond once.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is, hope everyone can hear me.
We can hear you, Diana. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Diana Mbugwa. So I want to start by commending you guys for the good work you're doing, for coming up with the regulations with regards to mini grid, so that we can have energy access for everyone. So my concern comes with regards to the waste management, the e-waste management of the equipment that will be used during the process of ensuring that there is renewable energy access to everyone. Because we know that after some time, for example, the batteries, they have a lifespan of 5 years, and the solar panels, maybe 20 years. After that, we will need to have a place for where we will take them for recycling, or how they better be managed. So to my understanding currently, because renewable energy products are new to the market and we do not have the ways on how to manage this waste, what is IPRA, or what are the regulations that are going to be implemented of this, so that even if you are talking that renewable energy is a clean energy source and all that, in the end we do not end up having problems with the environment. And then my next question is with regards to the decommissioning. In case there is a decommissioning of the mini grid, what are the regulations put forward for the decommissioning process? And my last question, you've said that you are not internalize or give subsidies with regards to equipment. Because you are at a better place to work with the Ministry of Energy, maybe if you could talk to them and then you can come up with, regularize the energy efficient products that are currently in the market. You know, they are very expensive and the common mwananchi will not be able to afford them. That as we are talking about clean energy access and affordable to everyone, if we have energy efficient products that everybody will be able to afford, then we will all move forward to a greater future that is clean and all that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For the hands that were at the back, could you just raise them so that we could assess how many we have? Those are 3 questions, 3 individuals. I think we can take them right now, Nixon, and then we address them as we did the front. So maybe we start with the gentleman at the front, then the one right behind him, and finally we close with the one at the back. Give us a chance again to respond.
Thank you so much once again for the chance. Again, I am Beo. I work for Stockholm Environment Institute. I want to start with a place where Nixon stopped the presentation on compensation, and he made it known to us that it's a proposal that the compensation to be made by REREC. But ideally, I find this hard to comprehend or understand. If I am Beo Limited who want to sell my assets to Bukachi Limited, why will my compensation come from REREC? Because that ideally encroaches on a public fund that a customer has paid for further development of rural electrification, and it will imply that the person whom I'm making, who is taking up my assets, is not spending on my assets. So that's an area that I think I wanted some clarification. And then I find the wordings of the development of the act, the regulation, not the act, the regulation, a little bit so community-centric. Like the definition of the mini-grid from the regulation indicates that it's a generation of electricity and supplying to more than one customer. More than one customer doesn't necessarily mean that community. A developer would choose just to supply 2 millers or 2 industrial actors within the area. Will this regulation still apply to him? Because I probably would not need to get those particular licenses or maybe those the so many approvals that will be required. And then the other set of questions also comes from the aspect of interconnection. That's regulation number 24. And I start with item number 6 under section number 24 that requires, the third aspect is the developer who was there will remove his assets. And the question that will come is to where? And it will tie to the waste aspect that the online participant has just asked. Yeah? Instead into getting to this situation and we have so much e-waste that will be left, why is it not start from the beginning that this asset will be suitable for a plug-in, just a direct connection, rather than creating a waste after 3 or 4 years? I don't want to use it. Where will I take it? Where will I take this asset? Or will they remain a stranded asset? And then item number 7 in the same section also is on environment aspect that talk of return the site to the status it was before the activity of mini-grid was developed. Really, practically, this is an impossible statement because with the mini-grid, things change and activities change in the region and within the locality. Transforming it back to the way it was before the activities might not be practically possible, but a rephrasing of this statement will still suffice in a way that it's rehabilitated to a status that is acceptable by the National Environmental Management Authority standards. And then, okay, the aspect of developers were talked about, but there is an issue of that encroachment and competition of site. How will that be addressed when the grid comes? That's also an aspect that I also had. And yeah, okay, let me stop at that because some of the other questions that I had have been addressed by other participants. Thank you.
Final comment at the back. There's one comment. 2 actually. Oh, okay. We can start with him.
Okay.
Then we close with the 2.
Yeah.
Before we go to the online questions.
Thank you very much. I'm Pepe Nchwate from the Power Africa Off-Grid Project. I have 2 questions. The first questions will touch regulations 2 and 4. I just want to give an example. Let's say an industry has a plan of 1.3 megawatt and using it for his own purposes. But now, that same company, maybe out of CSR, wants to supply electricity to the neighborhood, which might be part of his workers. And the net capacity that is sufficient to supply this neighborhood is about 100 kilowatt. Does he fall under this regulation? If yes, then maybe there might be a need to rephrase the regulation 2 and 4. Second question, regulation number 6. Spoke about, we mentioned the tariff control period being 3 years. My question is, can a mini-grid operator, before the 3 years, request a tariff review and justify? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, EPRA, Nixon, and Caroline, and others, and Director General. My name is Odhiambo Dawa. I'm representing Kenya Renewable Energy Association, KEREA. Our offices are based at Strathmore University, Energy Research Center. Mine is not a question, it's just a complimentary, because we met in February and Council of Governors, and I'm very happy that this program has already got Council Governor representative, so I don't want to talk much there. We met in February and we agreed that there are so many things which has got to be done about the mini-grids, solar, and all other renewable energy areas. And we also agreed that we should sensitize county governments on the training, and we are working on that very, very closely with the Council of Governors. We meet every week, and we are going to see that some of these regulations has got a lot to do with the skills and the knowledge. And many people, many institutions, post-school, universities and colleges do not have proper curriculum. Those are the things we are working very closely with Council of Governors and the career and management, and through EPRA. And I remember Nixon was there when we met, and we discussed a lot of details about the training and skills and competencies. And that will help understand the regulations and the implementations. So this process is ongoing, and we are going to work very closely with all the people. You want to give us your ideas, we are based at Strathmore University, Kerea, and we'll work very closely together. Thank you very much for the good job. We'll work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EPRA. My name is Matthew from Bowmans. I just had a few questions. First is with regard to the PPP model mentioned in the draft regulations. You mentioned evidence of compliance with the PPP Act. So I just wanted to understand what exactly EPRA is looking at from that perspective in terms of what evidence are you looking at obtaining, and also if consideration has been given that the PPP model is also quite extensive, and even the Act is undergoing review at the moment. So it sort of creates a different goalpost for an investor to meet by the time they're coming for an expression of interest for that. Also, in terms of the draft community contract provided, not to extend further the debate on who the community is and what constitutes the community, but also it speaks of the community and the developer jointly identifying suitable land. Yet the mini-grid developer is the one who has the responsibility of obtaining the site acquisition and the feasibility and all of that. So I think that's something that EPRA might want to look into further, because it affects the bankability from an investor perspective. Also, just to understand that the mini-grid may be developed by a developer who responds to a call by the CS, and the alternative is a developer who initiates the process on their own. So for a developer who responds to a call by the CS, what exactly is envisaged in that type of process? Will it be something similar to the renewable auction policy, or what exactly are you looking at that point? And if they're responding to a bid, will they still need to comply with the extensive process in terms of the exclusive site application and all of that? And also in the draft community contract, there's also a very vague statement of conflict of interest, which I think may create some disputes between the communities and the developer. given the extensive debate that we've had with regard to the statement of community, and also just to, again, repeat the statement by the online participant on the recourse for a developer, I think EPRA might want to look at what options a developer has when the grid eventually arrives. I think there should be a sort of timeline when a developer is issued with a license, just to increase the bankability, because it's quite a big investment for an investor. So they wouldn't want to put in the money, then 5 years later, the grid already arrives. And they might not consider the 3 options being provided as being sufficient for them. So I think that's a point to consider as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Council. I think I'll just touch on the issue of encroachment and license timelines, and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. When we go to provision 5.1 of the draft regulations, which talks on exclusive site reservation and allocation, where you have to submit an array of documentation which constitutes the expression of interest to the Cabinet Secretary for exclusive site reservation and allocation and development of one or more mini-grid projects. The whole idea is that the Cabinet Secretary actually has a master plan of where the grid currently is and what's the plan of the distant sites when the grid will come. Will it be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? Nixon will elaborate on this further. And when that application, or is it approval or comment from the Cabinet Secretary comes, is that under 5.3 to 4 ETC? The rationale is that he's gone back to that site and given a go-ahead. If you've given a proposal, say, for 25 years, which is most of the period, just to answer to the last question, the licenses are term-specific. And so that specification normally is tied along with that master plan. So that's why we loop in the Cabinet Secretary, we loop in the county, the county representatives. We don't want to leave to gap an idea that you've been given 15 years in your license, or 25, which is the standard now, or most of them. And then you've been given a tariff, which has been, reviewed by ourselves through our departments based on that proposal. And then, the off-taker comes in on the 5th year. So again, our mandate is to protect the off-taker, protect the mini-grid developer who's been issued with a tariff approval and a license, protect the community. So I think that is the detail. Maybe it's not been specified there, but that's why we loop in with the Cabinet Secretary. He holds the master plan. So that should answer, I think, on most questions on encroachment and the risk entailed, whereby the off-taker comes in sooner and what happens to yourself. On the issue of just plug in, I think Nixon in the morning, I'm not sure if you're in, or most of the participants on this end who asked that question. The 4 possibilities of what happens when the grid comes were elaborated. I'll request that he goes back to them on the options, and it's envisaged that by that point when the grid comes, you have recovered your investment. So he'll go into detail on that. Nixon, I think you can take on without restating the questions. Yegon will pick up on any tariff-related questions. Carol and myself will touch on any other technical and the legal contractual questions. Thank you.
For once I imagined I should have been the participant so that I ask the questions, because I thought I will get suggestions also, but I'm getting questions only. On some of these issues, maybe I will try to respond to some, but I think one of the issues I would want your interventions, because we're also sharing. This is our document. When I hold this document, is not Bukachi's document. Bukachi might migrate to Uganda after this workshop. You will remain with these regulations. So also give suggestions. Say, I see we should try and modify these so that we address this challenge this way, so that we are also not just responding to what we have is what we think. But many at a times, when I've gone to engagements, I've always found good perspectives of something that I didn't know, which have helped improve the process. So I will start with waste management. So I will answer the easiest ones. From Diana online, you're asking whether we have taken care of cases where we have waste generated from those e-waste, majorly batteries, inverters, charge controllers. So regulation 18 of the document, that's page 19, is talking about the operators being able to comply with health, safety, and environmental laws in force in Kenya from time to time on aspects touching on environment. So all of us are aware aspects of environment are usually handled by National Environmental Management Authority. And for instance, for e-waste, I remember the last time we checked, they had developed a draft. We had guidelines and we also had draft regulations. So we'll also check if they've been gazetted on how e-waste is supposed to be disposed. So in this case, we'd not want to restate the guidelines, neither would we want to restate the regulations, but would want the developer, or what we'll enforce as the regulator, is when we are doing our audits to see that the developer is complying with the provisions of those regulations. So that's why you might find we haven't stated some of the provisions as to where you are going to take the batteries and the charge controllers. And I think I will tie it to the question Mbeo was asking, and I fully agree that maybe we should tone down the wording in terms of the restoring the site to this original state, and maybe say what the developer had recommended based on the EAI that they had done, because I think in the environmental and social impact assessment, the developer does provide a decommissioning plan for the plant. So we'll, I think, tone down so that we are not very specific. Someone rogue might come in and say you have to return the land to where it was, and it becomes a challenge for the developer. And I think that's important feedback. In terms of efficient products, thank you, Diana Mbugwa, and I think Ministry is also on board, and we always recommend incentives for efficient products, renewable energy, and we take that to Treasury, and they're usually considered. Like now, it was possible to have the solar components VAT exempt in this Finance Act. That is for 2020, 2021, 2022. So we do have those programs, and we have other regulations that we try to enforce minimum standards in terms of efficiency. So if you have time, maybe you can check on the appliances, energy labeling regulations that we have on our website. They enforce standards for lights, for example, for motors, for refrigerators, common electric appliances used by households, that they should meet some minimum form of standards. And if you have gone to the outlets, supermarkets, you must have seen those refrigerators with the labels that have stars. So that's part of our work, that we try to promote MEPS, minimum energy performance standards, for some of these products. Compensation from REREC, assets transferred to KPLC. Mbeo, that's a very difficult question. I don't know if you want me to answer that here. But basically, the responsibility for electricity access, I think it's both on the national government and on the county governments. So in this case, we are trying to look for a mechanism that will be easier to enforce. That's number one. And then number two, most of the rural electrification assets, like the last mile, they are operated by KPLC or Kenya Power on behalf of the Kenyan government. I don't know if you knew that. So that's one of the reasons. So in this case, you know, KPLC is a private company. It has private shares. And basically they would want to look at access in form of profit and loss. And say, if I connect Bukachi, I use 80,000, how much will I make in return? That is from a private perspective. And that's why government has some shares in KPLC to try and bring in the social aspect. Because most of the connections in the rural areas, and I know there's someone from KPLC here, he will agree with, he will support this, that they don't, if you look at them from profit loss, they might not make sense. And that's why you had Ivan saying he doesn't think mini grids make profit. Why? Because they're supplying rural communities. So it will be unfair, for example, to say we expect then KPLC will be making profit from those assets. So that's why I think it's easier to have government of Kenya taking up the assets and then transferring them to KPLC for operation. I don't know if I've been able to answer, but for the purpose of this forum, that is the much I can be able to explain in terms of why we thought REREC should take up the assets. Because even now, in the rural areas, who is doing those mini grids owned by government? It's REREC. Who is doing rural electrification, expanding to areas which are very distant from the grid? It's REREC. So in absence of the developer, then REREC should be mandated to do that. And the last aspect, in our bills, we always have the rural electrification levy. And we thought maybe that is a good avenue to have sourcing for funds to be able to compensate the developer in the rural areas. But that comes with a caveat. If you look at the regulation, we are saying the developer should be comfortable with the integrated national energy plan. Now, currently, we are using the Kenya National Electrification Strategy that provides that a mini grid, in the strategy, it's envisioned that the mini grid should be 15 kilometers from the medium voltage lines for it to qualify for compensation. So that we are also balancing all these interests. We don't want to stop anyone from developing a mini grid because we'll be defranchising the local community, but at the same time, we have to have a balance between the two aspects. The question on if a miller sets up a power plant and they want to supply a rural community beyond 1 megawatt, this regulation shall not apply. This regulation shall apply to mini grids below 1 megawatt. So I know what you are saying in terms of the portion of the capacity of 100 kilowatt peak going to the local community, but we have other frameworks that can be applied for them to get approval. That is the electricity licensing regulations currently. And we'll also look at some of these aspects as we approve those projects so that we don't complicate this framework. I know if we bring in that, it will bring in a lot of issues. Developer removing assets, I think we have tried to respond to that. And also the reason why we have that clause, currently there are mini grids, if you are following the technologies, that are being containerized. So if I'm a developer, for example, I'm doing a mini grid on a river, and then like Hydrobox, I would use Hydrobox. They're having turbines that you can easily move from one location to another. So you can tell yourself, instead of me getting compensation or doing what, I can move this box from here and take it to another village and get approval for that. Some of the power plants we have approved, in fact, the panels, the control systems and the storage are in a container, and you can easily move them without disturbing the site. So that's why we have that provision in the Regulation 24 that you are mentioning. Tariff control period. The tariff control period, I'm advised by Leonard, is 3 years for sure, and it answers a question we had online from Makaka. But you can be able to apply for a review anytime. but we also don't want to envision many reviews between the tariff control period, because as you have seen, there's an effort to approve the tariffs. You have to engage the local community. So if we approve the tariff today, then you apply tomorrow, then you approve, then you apply another one. Even the cost of the regulating that space will be very high. So basically, the period is 3 years, but yes, in case there are reasons why valid reasons why the tariff should be reviewed midway, that can be done. On the aspect of the PPP model, you know we have the PPP Act, and PPP projects should be approved by the PPP unit under Treasury. So that's what we are envisioning in the regulation. So the PPP unit should have a say in the project. So they should have given you a go-ahead before you proceed or before we license your project. I know Leo might want to add something on this. And then draft community contract, I think we'll look into that. Personally, I'm already confused about what is a community and what's a contract. But the good thing, I have good lawyers, so I'm confident by the time we'll be gazetting the regulations, we'll have something that is acceptable to all stakeholders. So for the developer who responds to calls by the cabinet secretary, I think that will be a public mini-grid. That's a public mini-grid because you are developing on behalf of GOK. So in that case, we have a regulation for GOK developed mini-grids. So that should not be an issue. So lastly, sites footprint. I think this came from the online participant, Vivian. That's a difficult question because you applied for a mini-grid, you got a physical planning approval to supply a given area. And that was defined in your physical planning approval from the county government. So I think in some cases it might be necessary, maybe if the sites, the households are many, to seek an amendment of that physical planning approval, if that's necessary. Because in this case, we also don't want to have a society where it's not possible to predict what will happen tomorrow. If we approve this area, and then tomorrow you say you want to extend to that person, it becomes a challenge. And I think the best way to start at the development stage is to do a good feasibility study. Because unless the household came in the other day, then it becomes a bit difficult to do that. But I also understand where you're coming from, considering that you are operating mostly in Busia. But basically, we should try to have a balance so that we can't define that in the regulation for sure, because we'll try to rely on the physical planning approval issued by the county government. And the physical planning approval has the spatial mapping where we even include the coordinates where the mini-grid should be able to cover. So that gives us sufficient comfort to move the regulations forward. Lastly, I told you you'll give me responses. So these options, what recourse? So what do you want EPRA to do in case KPLC encourages your mini-grid? I will throw it back to you. You know, the power of EPRA comes from the people, and the people are you. So I will give 3 people to propose. So KPLC has encroached your mini-grid, and you want EPRA to have recourse mechanisms in the regulations. So what are those recourse mechanisms? So that you're also getting your ideas. You know, you could be having something which we don't know. And through your feedback, we're able to improve the document. Thank you. So I think, Evans.
No, I don't know what that is.
You have to use the mic because of online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think, of course, we are in business. And so what happens is that it's not that Kenya KPLC is superior. It's only that the superiority comes from that KPLC is charging a lower tariff. It means that the competition, you cannot compete. Basically, that's what happens. But I think from this regulation, what we have seen is that you are required to have standard networks and the systems. So basically, I think as a regulator, what happens is that that provision should be there, that in case that happens, then you should be able to start the negotiations and sell your assets to KPLC, of course, to continue operating, if you agree. Or I think there was that option that Bukaji talked about, that even now you find that actually these the systems, you know, the generation station is expensive. Basically what you could do, you can still maintain your customers and buy bulk energy from KPLC at a cheaper price and still extend the same tariff that Kenya Power gives to the customers, and you're still making profit. I think those are the good options. Either you can sell the assets to Kenya Power, if you agree, or the other option, if that does not work, of course, the generation is usually what is expensive, is not just maintaining the lines. Then you can buy cheap power from Kenya Power, and you still maintain the customers because you do have alliances to operate that area. So the regulator will not, of course, allow Kenya Power to just come and say, hey, you're a smaller person, move out and come in, because of course you're protected.
His contribution, I don't know if the representative from Kenya Power would want to comment on that, or anyone. I know we have others online, and or anyone from the team, or anyone from online, anyone here or anyone online, so that we also, because the power that we have in this regulation will come from you, and anyone can challenge it. So we can't propose what we'll do to ourselves. There's a contribution there. And I also encourage people not to view Kenya Power as an enemy. We are always partners in electrification. The key objectives is to ensure everyone is connected to electricity. And Kenya Power is ours.
Okay. Yes, sorry I talked too much, but I think EPRA has tried to give several options that could happen. Yeah, you could sell your asset, but just to complement what he said, you sell your asset, but within the act, you are still allowed to be a retailer. So you will still sell your asset, get your money, and then get another license as a retailer. Then you buy the power from Kenya Power to supply. The only challenge that will come is if you buy from Kenya Power, the chances that you'll sell it at the same price are very low. It might slightly be higher, which makes Kenya Power still competitive to you, because the other people within the same locality will still be getting low power. So the first perspective really works so well. But at the same time, there's the aspect of getting a distributor license. The only question that will come is, what if there is a transmission network coming in the area, you get a distributor license, and you negotiate your way from KTRACO. I'm not sure if that can also be a consideration. So you get directly from the transmitter and you distribute within the area. So that area remain exclusively for you. So you will enjoy your asset because you're already generating some power and you are getting the surplus or the deficit from KTRACO. So it really all depends with the developer, but the regulation should give such flexibility that will allow them to transform or to change as a situation changes. I've finished.
Thank you. I think the last one, so that should be the last one, so that we...
Yeah, thank you very much, Nixon. Once again, I'm Odhiambo Dawa from Kerea, but this time, from your observation, Nixon, I'm a shareholder of Kenya Power, and we are very worried because the dividends have been going down for many years, so we are sambazaring our problems and we're solving. You are very correct that Kenya Power is not an enemy as much as there are shareholders who want their profits, but at the same time, the dividends have been going down all for the last 5 years. So actually we are sharing at the end of the day. So, for the regulations, we want, and we met at COG, there should be skills and job creation, because all these mini grids should be job creation centers for school leavers and universities. You are aware, 500,000 university graduates are leaving every year in this country. Where do they go to? So these mini grids and these regulations should enhance job creation and skills utilization. And all those we have discussed with Council of Governors. Remember, we are in the meeting and we are emphasizing the knowledge and the skill and the competencies to operate and create jobs. As we share out Kenya Power, we share out our dividend going down, so we are with you, all of us, all of you gentlemen. Thank you very much.
So I think that's sufficient. From what I'm getting from the feedback is Kenya Power and the mini grid developer are all looking at enhancing electricity access, right? That's number one. And then number two, we should always, we should try to have a mechanism where they can work together. We have made some proposals. In case you have further proposals, you can always send so that you also have a look at them. Because as a regulator, we are looking at both sides. We are trying to make sure the developer recoups the investment. We're also trying to make sure the end user gets good service, and we're also trying to make sure that KPLC and the developer are not in conflict. And that's why we have tried to propose. So we have provided the 3 options for now. So even as an investor, you're also supposed to do some assessment in terms of risk so that you don't transfer the entire risk of your project to the government or to KPLC or to ministry or to EPRA. Because in this case, you have to assess how far is the grid so that you balance all those matrices to come up with a viable project. Thank you. So I will turn it back to Leah.
So thank you, Nixon. I think you've tried to catch or capture or respond to most of the questions addressed maybe here and also online. I think just the ones which have not been responded to, I think I'll request our colleague Yegon or Sheila dealing with tariff. I'll just read out the questions. These came via the Zoom platform. Just a request again on the process, of maybe tariff application and how we review it and how we engage the community. And then there's a question on provision, is it 17.1? An elaboration request on why the national uniform tariff applies to agencies implementing public mini-grids and not private mini-grids. This still goes to our tariff team on the right. I think we've answered on the records. And then finally, do community-owned mini-grids require approvals and a license if they're selling power to themselves? So I think over to you, Sheila and Yegon.
Thank you for the questions, Leah. Maybe just to touch on the tariff review process. The regulations do provide for a very consultative process. When you are doing your expressions of interest to the ministry or to the cabinet secretary for that matter, you indicate your proposed tariff that you'd want to charge your customers. And once you have an expression of interest, then now you come to the authority for a tariff application. And it is envisioned at that stage that you've engaged your community. They know the proposed tariff that you want to charge them. So once EPRA receives that application, we also come to the community. We have a public or other stakeholder engagement forum, and the developer takes the community through the proposed tariff. The authority at that point is just listening in. They just want to get feedback on from the community on whether they're in agreement with that proposed tariff. And of course, you would understand that the work of the regulator at this point is very hard. You are trying to balance two interests. There is a developer here who wants to recoup his investment. He wants to make a small return on the investment. Then there is a community there that is so keen on having very cheap tariff. So how do you balance the two interests? So that's where the regulator comes in. Once we have the stakeholder engagement process done, now we take it through the motions of approval within the EPRA, within the authority, through the board approval, and finally a gazettement of that, the approved tariff. So there are some of the key parameters we look at, and once we share the model, you'll be able to see that we've sort of improved it. Now we have a summary or other worksheet that is showing a summary of some of the key parameters. We would want to compare mini grids. Say one developer installs a mini grid, say $1,000 per kilowatt, another one is doing $2,000 per kilowatt. So of course you want to understand why is there a disparity between these two developers in terms of operational costs. Why is it that this developer now is has a high operational cost to another one? And probably as we build up this data, then eventually you should be able to harmonize and come up with the benchmarks. So that if you are doing a solar plant, we don't expect you to have or rather a capital expenditure of, say, more than $1,500 per kilowatt in terms of installation. Next is on the national uniform tariff, applying to public mini grids only. I think these had been alluded to earlier on. The public mini grids are they are subsidized, yeah? And private developers, you know, the resources of the government are not that infinite. And of course, you cannot subsidize all the players that you have in the sector. So what you've seen with especially the COSAP projects, which are considered public mini grids, they'll be charging the same tariff as the Kenya Power tariff. So what happens is that the operational cost, you know, the government is meeting the capital expenditure. Of course, through donors, we've got support from World Bank. You have capital expenditure is met. The operational costs now will be recovered across the entire customer base. I believe if the government had infinite resources, then probably would be able to subsidize all the mini grids that we have in the country, but that is not the case. So that is why you would see national uniform tariffs applying to the public mini grids, while for private mini grids, we try to have what we call a cost-reflective tariff, yeah, so that the developer again is able to continue operating, is able to recoup his investment and still run the plant in operation. So thank you.
Thank you, Egon. One major question I think that was asked online, allow me to pick it from here, is the request on how the regulation and EPRA manages protection of the consumers. I think I'll go back to our mandate and our powers, powers of the authority. We have a very, very vibrant department called Enforcement and Consumer Protection. That's where mediations take place, complaints, investigations take place. And when I go back to the Energy Act 2019, this is provision 11E, states that EPRA has the power to make and enforce directions to ensure compliance with this act and with the conditions of licenses issued under the act. So that's a parent act, and that's where EPRA is established. And then we have others where it talks about investigation and determination of complaints or disputes between parties over any matter relating to licenses and license conditions under this Act. So under this, or to operationalize the Act with regard to mini-grids and our powers, then we now have these draft mini-grid regulations. So I think when the participant was asking for specific provisions, if you look at each topic of this draft regulations, where it talks about investigations, complaints, mechanisms, the submission of how, the mini-grid developer, once issued with a license, will what sort of contracts will they be having with the supplier? What undertakings and promises do they make to the supplier? And of course, we encourage that any complaint is dealt amongst themselves or between themselves, probably writing or however you determine. And that's why I think earlier this morning, Nixon mentioned that you do need to have a physical office where the consumers could be able to go in and make a complaint. If that is not addressed, then we're very happy as EFRA, and that's why we're here, to be able to receive such complaints and put both parties in the table to be able to mediate that. So I think that answers our participant question. So I think at this point, it's past lunchtime. However, it is an event for our participants. I'll go back to the right. Final comments. Just before we go to close, I can see a hand there, the madam in red. If the microphone could be given to her, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, I'm Rachel Mangangi from Kitui County. And my concern still on the community, I think there's a question that was asked, the divination of the community. And again, also Nixon has also mentioned that there's confusion between the community contract, and all that. I'm looking at the first schedule, the template of the community contract between the mini-grid developer and the community. Part B, it's given a name, a legally authorized representative of community, of name of community. I think this is where we needed to get it correct. Even if we don't get correct in the divination, at least in the form that needs to be filled. When I go back to coal mining, when we were doing the advocacy on the coal mining, we used to have liaison committees, community liaison committees, and that was the group that used to do most of the advocacy to the community in terms of resettlement, compensation, and such. And I think this is what we need also to, this has to be captured in this form, such that, let's say it's a small hydro mini-grid. A river cuts across. It is not one community that is affected. It's several communities. But you can have those communities form a liaison committee, and then they are represented in the signing of the contract. Again, there is the community representative that is not defined also. I think this is a risk. We are the people at the county level. We have what we call gatekeepers. And the people just, make connections. They are brokers. A broker can sign this contract on behalf of the community, and it goes through, and the community to lose because it is not well captured here. Who is the community representative, and also what is a community contract? What does it entail? I know details cannot be put here, but let's have enough information to protect the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't have the guidelines here, but I think on the regulations, it talks of, or I think the rationale of the community, contract, is an endorsement, a formal endorsement of sorts, that they are aware of this project and that they're okay with it maybe progressing. But I think as Nixon spoke and my colleagues, that's why we're here, And we've traveled around the whole country. We've understood there are very different communities, different dynamics. And of course, we want to understand that so that then we have a representative document that is executed by the lawfully individuals who will be receiving this service. And so we really want to hear, more feedback from yourselves on what you believe would be a good representation. In the document as is, we even capture minutes of that meeting where you give, you state who it is that you're nominating to sign on your behalf to sign that document to say that they're aware of that project. And I think other, efforts by EPRA is our actual coming down at the tariff, review application process where we try and investigate and confirm that we are dealing with the right people. We've gone to Western before in the islands of Remba, etc., and we've seen how they operate there and who is the gatekeeper. Not really a proxy, but how is it that how do they carry out themselves so that then we have the right person signing it, which then makes our review as EPRA easier. But I think I'll still throw it back to the room. We still want to understand and of course would want it to capture correctly. So thank you for that. Another comment, final comment. I can see there's one on the left, the gentleman to the left. Thank you.
Thanks, Leah. Just one point on the community aspect. Given the project still has to undergo the EIA process, which also includes stakeholder engagement, it might be worthwhile for EPRA to consider running that concurrently with the community engagement. I think it could cut the process and it could make the process more viable even for investors so that they don't have to do a community engagement at the onset and then at the time for applying for their EIA license, they have to undertake the same process all over again. Also, just a minor comment, the regulations make reference to the wrong PPP Act. It should be 2013, not 2015. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll take all this as feedback on the concurrent, engagements, EPRA and NEMA. We'll take this as feedback and when we then resort and collate all the comments, we'll be able to review that, and thank you for that. Another comment? Final comments? Before we call in our rapporteur to just quickly give us an overview of what we have shared today. Yes, there's a gentleman whose hands are up. We'll take that as the final comment.
Yeah, I'm working. Now, my point is that on the community, we should understand the English. What is community? Community, it is the people. So anything you want to do to the people, it is very important to involve them. Even the Constitution is very clear on that. Kenya Constitution, how does it open? It opens that the people. So anything you do without involving the people, you are wasting your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was made very loud, clear in the morning by my colleagues. And that's why we try to bring all participants to the table. So thank you for that. I think at this point, if we don't have any further comment, we've picked them up, we've captured them. I think I'll request our colleague, Sheila Tonui, to just come and present to our distinguished participants what we've captured, so that if there's any final comment, we could be able to, pick it up. And I think I'll also ask our corporate communications team, after Sheila makes her comments, to just flag the email address. We still have a window. Nixon, what's the window? Is it 1 month? Right about there, about 3 months, or 3 weeks to 1 month. Before which we'll close our window, we'll clarify. So that email address is the email address you could use to share your final comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Leah. And thank you, participants, for your invaluable questions, comments, and feedback. And what I'm here to do is basically to just quickly slide through the comments and the feedback that we've discussed today. And this is just to assure you that we have been taking them, and we were going to look into all the feedback that has been presented. So I'm not going to go through everything because there are a number, but I'll just slide through the slides. So basically, what we've gathered from this engagement is, and what we've taken as recommendations and feedback, is the issue of community. We've discussed community a lot today, and we agree that is something that we need to go and look into more and make the definitions of community, community contract, very clear in the regulations. Also, we discussed about the requirements for tariff approval, and we had a participant raising that there are quite a lot, and we were able to clarify that they've not increased from the last initial gazetted tariff. It's just that they've been moved from the section of construction permit to tariff approval. Then quickly we discussed issues to do with what is electricity access, highlighting that it is not very clear in the regulations, and that is also something that is going to be considered and clarified moving forward. With regards to, so I'm just quickly sliding through so that we do not take so much time. We talked about, I'm just trying to get the specific takeaways. We talked about interpretations, which is also something to do with clearly defining what the difference between stakeholder consultations and public participations, which is a recommendation that is going to be looked into. And also a clarification was sought with regards to letters of no objection and it appearing in different sections, and it was clarified that it is the same thing, and that is going to be taken into as we collate the comments as well. Then with regards to the tariff model, a participant asked if it's going to be shared, and yes, we clarify that it's going to be shared to stakeholders for comments. We also discussed about the importance of technology transfer and local content involvement when it comes to the mini-grid development. And that is also something that is going to be looked into, and the local content provision is going to be considered and included in the regulation as well. Then there was a lot of questions also when it comes to encroachment and the issue of, if KPLC arrives and the integration and the various options that are provided in the regulations. And a few proposals were given, and what we discussed is, making, is that the regulations give various proposals when it comes to integration when the main grid arrives. Then moving on to site footprint as well is an issue that was raised, and we discussed and said that this is under the physical planning physical planning approval, which has geospatial mapping, and therefore it is not something that is clearly going to be defined in the regulations. as it is in a different process. When it comes to waste management as well, that issue was raised a number of times, and it is actually considered in the regulation under Regulation 18. Then we discussed about also somehow related to waste management and how the regulation words returning the site to the status that it was before the mini-grid development. And that is a recommendation that is also well taken, and it's going to be looked into as we collect the comments and revise the regulations. We are going to tone down the language. Then when it comes to tariff control period as well, that was asked, and it was clarified that a mini-grid developer is able to apply for a tariff review with justification. With regards to the PPP model as well, that was clarification was sought, and we discussed that the regulations, the mini-grid regulations envision PPP projects will be approved by the PPP unit, and on the same also there was feedback that the regulations make reference to the wrong PPP Act, which is well taken, and that is going to be amended. Yes, and I think just basically most of the issues raised about communities, community contracts, clear definitions, PPP contract, and waste management, and everything that all the comments and feedback that we've received today, we are going to consider them as we look into all the other comments that have been provided in the other regions that we've been, to be able to have a regulation that speaks to all our interests and protects all our interests. So thank you. In case there's any other comment or anything arising from, I've removed it, arising from the comments that we've just discussed, you can raise them up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think there's one thing that was asked by Hope of AMDA in terms of how we have handled the comments we received and memoranda. So we have all the comments. We have gone through all of them, and you can be sure we have responded to each one of them. That's why you can see this draft is a bit different from what was gazetted, because we have tried to take into account all those comments. Any other comments that will come after this will still be addressed and we'll send them to Parliament as part of the regulations when we gazette. And I know it's a challenge to Immaculate, our communications team. Maybe we should have a tab on the website where we can upload all the materials that we use when we're developing regulations. I saw it's good practice from the US, so someone is able to go and even review or how those comments were addressed. But I know for those ones who sent the comments, we'll be able to share with them directly, even as we consider having them on the website. We might not have adopted all of them, as you might notice, but we have given reasons why we thought it's not possible to accommodate, because others, of course, others will say the way we had a discussion here, in terms of the community contract, who should sign, and between the county government and the local community. So there we have to make a decision, because they're always conflicting submissions. So feel free to suggest any further comments. And I know out of the engagements we are having, we might have one more engagement with the AMDA, one or two, before we close on the draft regulations, so that we're also able to take you through our responses and also those ones that we received from the other stakeholders. I think there's a question online, but we'll be able to respond to it on the chat. Thank you.
I think I'll say thank you. At this point, I think I'd like to request our colleague, Leonard Yegon, if you could come and give us or give our participants a vote of thanks as we head towards close.
So thank you, Leah. I think we can all agree that we've had quite a wonderful and productive session. The comments that we've received were the invaluable comments. And from this stage, we'll be taking them on board, addressing some of the sections of the regulations to ensure that all the comments are accommodated, so that at the end of it all, we have a document that we can all be proud of and say this is a document that we worked on as the mini-grid space. So at this point, I'd like to thank all the participants here. We had quite a diverse representation, and we have development partners. I've seen quite a number of them. I've seen developers in the house. Of course, there are some representatives from the public. We've seen representatives from the county government. And I would like to say a big thank you, because I know you've left, you had engagements elsewhere, but you saw it fit to come and give us feedback on the draft regulations that we have presented to you today. I'd also like to thank, of course, our presenters and the facilitators. They've done an excellent job. CEO, we're all happy with the draft regulations, and I think we can give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much. I think at this point, Leah will be giving us a next course of direction. And once again, a big thank you to all of you, and we appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Thanks, Leo. I think we'd like to appreciate you. We'd like to have lunch with you. If you oblige, lunch will be served at the rooftop restaurant of the Stanley. We've been guided that participants can pick up the vouchers at the door as you exit. As we leave, still a request to comply with the COVID-19 guidelines. Let's be mindful of distance, and think I'll say thank you again, and perhaps we can just close with a quick word of prayer. So thank you, Lord, for today. We thank you for this engagement, and we pray that all those participants, as they go back to different parts of their country and to their workplaces, that they may do so safely, and that whatever we do would be for the good of the country and the world in general. Amen. So I think the workshop has been officially closed, and thank you.
Thank you.